everyone. Hello one, hello all, and welcome to the Trovo Titans League of Legends Wild Rift Birthday Bash Tournament. This is a beautiful day, and we are excited, we are pumped, and we are ready for a great tournament here today at the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash celebration. My name is Thomas, Mr. Moose, and I am joined by the one, the only, the magnificent, the ninja himself, Assassin Dave. How you doing, my friend? How's the day been going so far?
I gotta say, I have finished all my missions. It's time to rest.
Oh, there you go. That S-rank mission completed. You've been complete.
Yes.
You're back and you're ready to go and you're pumped. And we are ready for some very fun League of Legends Wild Rift action. This is going to be a really fun tournament. Trovo Titans, it is their 1-year anniversary birthday bash. If you guys have not done so already, go ahead and follow them at Trovo Titans on all the social media platforms, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all that fun stuff. As we get into what Trovo Titans is and what it has done for the community so far, and it is for the community. This is a birthday bash and everyone is invited. Free to enter community tournaments across North America, Latin America, and the EU. And it has an amazing prize pool available, $250,000 collectively across all of these tournaments that are going on for several months in many different not venues, but games and tournaments. And it's, it's for everyone to come in and potentially, have a good time, always gonna have a good time, but potentially walk away with a nice chunk of cash.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait for it. This tournament is $7,500 specifically for the Wild Rift tournament today. And it's really fast-paced, action-packed, with all the best teams in North America. So I cannot wait for the tournament to begin, actually.
Exactly, and like you said, fast-paced is the name of the game. It is a single elimination bracket here today. 8 invited teams with, like you said, Dave, a guaranteed prize pool of $7,500. $7,500 is a nice chunk of change for a couple of games of League of Legends Wild Rift. It's going to be a ton of fun, and I know that our players are really excited. I mean, Dave, I was hearing like you're really involved in the community. You know a lot about these teams that are coming in, and you know that they're here to win it all and potentially put on a good show as well.
Yes, sir. I mean, all those teams are really, really competitive. They have played against each other in the previous tournaments. You can see right now we have the tournament bracket on the screen right here. You have a lot of well-known teams, and actually they represent the current competitive pool for North America. And they're going to compete in a best out of one fashion. A lot of teams are asking me, like, Dave, why we're not having a loser bracket? Because today's matches not only is competitive, but it's also just for fun and for the viewer to see the current state of the North American competitive scene. So we got to get a little taste of it, but don't worry, we have a lot more future tournaments coming up, so stay tuned. Definitely hit the subscribe button, follow Trovo Titans, so you can get all the future updates right here.
Exactly. As like Dave was saying, you can take a look at the bracket right now. 8 teams, the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash. You've got these 8 invited teams. And like Dave was saying, I mean, this is the cutting edge of North America competitive play in Wild Rift. If you take a look at some of these teams, these are some of the highest rated players, the players that are really, putting on the show and trying, trailblaze, as it were, the Wild Rift meta. You got Goon, you've got Yawn, Mayhem, Tribe, Fairness. I mean, everyone on this bracket has somebody that, can bring a lot to the table, can really make a play and be a playmaker for their team. And you don't know, I mean, at this point, like, every team could potentially come in and find a really good, groove and get themselves into the semifinals and then the finals. And then, like you said, I mean, this is, and like we've been saying, this is a single elimination bracket. So, I mean, if you lose the game, if you lose any game, if you make one misstep, if you make one misplay, it's all over. But also, I mean, keep in mind, for a lot of these players, like, I'm sure that they, like you said, they've gone into other tournaments before, they've done it before, but not necessarily in this particular format where it's like this best of one series. And so, there's that pressure that comes in with it. And if you look at the prize pool, like the prize pool has, $7,500 for the prize pool, but the difference between the first place player and the first place prize and the fifth place prize and the seventh place prize is a lot of different amounts of money. And so you're really going to be pushing forward to try to make sure that you get to that first prize, that you're able to perform really well in every single one of your tournaments. And that's another great thing about this birthday bash. Everyone's invited. I mean, even if you participate, you're getting yourself a goodie bag. You're getting yourself a little bit of money in your pocket as well. I believe the seventh place tie prize is a $400 prize. So, I mean, there's still money to be made, even for the players that have to, or that get out in the first round. And like we said, as the bracket is about to begin, I mean, coming into this one, I have no idea. I don't have a favorite. I mean, Dave, do you have a favorite maybe on the teams that you're thinking that might be able to take it?
I think the crowds have their favorites. For me, like, I'm an objective caster. I like to be rooting for the underdogs. Their teams obviously coming in that have a lot of potential, and just like you mentioned, Thomas, there's one misstep, you're out of here, and that applies for all the already on the top of the pyramid teams like Goons and Tribe. But today, I think I'm rooting for the underdog teams, right? Like Washed Up, led by Yikes, and Team Fairness, led by Troca, Limitation, Kelly Life, Mayhem, Zenith. All those great teams are coming up, and they're going to give a run for the money for the other two teams on the top. So another really fun thing, when we get to the grand finals, is actually going to be all-round ban pick. It's the best out of three for the grand finals. And then I think that's a really interesting format for our viewers to get to know, because if you're have you watched any other competitive MOBA tournaments before? All-round ban pick is a format where you can only pick one champion one time in the entire series. So the grand finals, if we get potentially to the third match, all the teams will have used up 10 champions already. So 10 champions will be automatically banned for them. And the last match, including the 2 automatic bans in that match, basically you're going to have 12 total champions banned for each team. And that's going to be insane. We're potentially going to see a lot of off-meta picks that you're not seeing in any other tournament. So right here, Trovo Titans, guys, make sure to share the stream with your friends. Get all your friends, come over here and watch this clash. It's going to be a blast.
And I'm excited to see what that means for these teams once we get into the grand finals. But we've got a long way to go before that begins, and we are about ready to jump into our first game of the bracket. We've got Goon versus Jan ready to go for this first Wild Rift Invitational tournament. It is only an 8-man bracket, so this is the quarterfinals already. You feel good about that, but like we said, this is a very important, game for every single one of these games. You've got to be able to perform well. You've got to be able to make sure that when you're choosing these champions, when you're coming in, you're making sure that you are putting out the best of the best for your champion pool. Looking at the ban-wise, we've got Wukong and Camille getting banned out by Goon, and then the bans from the red team from Jan Squad, we've got Braum and Ziggs. And looking at the champions that have been selected, I mean, Jan has already gone in with that beautiful combo of Xayah and Rakan. I mean, that's bread and butter combination. If you're from League of Legends, you know how good they can play together, and that is just really, capitalized on in Wild Rift. And if you look over at the blue team, you got Gragas, Fiora, and a Lulu being chosen. So, I mean, if you guys are familiar with Wild Rift meta, if you're familiar with how the changes between League of Legends and Wild Rift are, I mean, you know how strong Lulu can be. You know how amazingly powerful Gragas is as a player or as a champion. And I'm super excited to see how these drafts are going out. They're moving along really quickly. They know what they want.
I mean, Lulu and Jinx is one of the classics. And it's really, really strong in lane, really, really good at pokes. But right now, as the current meta stands, Xayah and Rakan, they can dish out a lot of burst damage early on. You'll be surprised how much damage, especially you see Rakan's taking out Ignite. I mean, we obviously might swap champions once they finish out the draft right here, but this early game damage is absolutely insane. So I cannot wait to see which Dragon Lane is actually going to come off on top. Lulu and Jinx poke, or a Rakan Xayah complete dive. On top of it, on Team Goon side, they do have Galio's ultimate with Gragas. They have a lot of poke on top of it. They just entire composition they have is poke centric, and you have a Fiora to split push to provide the map pressure. So I like the composition a lot more. For me personally, favor to the Goon side.
Right. And in terms of the blue team, in terms of Goon Squad, or I say Goon Squad, Goon Team, I've been saying squad. I'm gonna say squad all the time. I don't mean it, but they're a squad, they're a team, they're a 5-man group, as it were.
Yeah.
But you got a lot of knockup potential, a lot of peeling pressure that is available for that Jinx with the wild growth from the Lulu, with the explosive cask coming in from the Gragas, from the they had another knockup champion as well.
They have Galio's ultimate.
Galio, Hero's Entrance as well.
Yep.
So I'm actually kind of surprised that the Fiora pick, it's probably going to be a good duelist champion to be up there in that top lane to be able to perform really well. But I'm kind of surprised to not see a Yasuo. I don't know, maybe Yasuo maybe isn't as effective in this team comp, but maybe they're worried more about maybe that single damage that comes through in the early game and trying to be that duelist go up. It's looking like it might be an Akali in the top lane against him, so maybe worried about that a little bit more. But again, I'm excited. I'm not disappointed, but I'm interested that the Yasuo wasn't considered. Maybe it was because the first pick was the Fiora and they weren't sure that they were going to be going for that kind of knockup game. But I'm also really excited to see what this Fiora is going to be able to do. I feel like it's very high risk, high reward. If the Fiora doesn't get fed early on, if she's not able to perform well in the early game against this Akali, this could be the deciding factor of this game. And so really got to be paying attention to how this top lane is going to be playing out as we move forward into the early game.
Yeah, Dragonside is already having a lot of clashes back and forth. So we can see it. If you can have camera pan over there, there's some action going on. But when you mention Yasuo, I think what Team Goon's going for is for that poke and for the map pressure. Because if you look at their team composition, they're not really looking for the team fight. They're gonna try to poke you in the team fight before team fight begins. And also top lane, already a lot of action happening.
Really nicely done coming in from Zello, being able to get that kill onto the Akali. Like we were talking about, the early game pressure that the Fiora provides is going to be able to get that kill using that Q to be able to poke in as the Galio goes in for the knockup and the taunt onto the Diana on screen. A little bit of damage coming through, but nothing too crazy happening just yet there. As we take a look at kind of where the jungles are at, the Gragas starting off bottom side and now going to be able to get his blue buff and now could potentially go to focus onto the Akali. The Akali is pushed up to her tower, potentially going to see a dive depending on what the Gragas decides to do, depending on what Labont wants to be able to go for. He could potentially go for the Diana, go for the Akali to be able to push forward the Fiora even further. But for now, the blue team off to a really good start. Goon being able to make sure that they're up to about 600, now 700 gold in advantage about 2 minutes into the game. And that's the great part about Wild Rift. It's not necessarily a snowball, but always the potential for the snowball is there. You've got to be careful, as you get into those early game opportunities, to not have it happen or to not have the pressure that a team can provide in the early game after 1 or 2 kills. As we already see the Akali getting pushed away from the lane. That's what I was talking about is, the Gragas, Labont was over there making sure that he was able to get his jungle, and now he's going to be able to not only get his jungle, but then also the Krugs as well from this Jarvan, who I'm not really sure where he's at on the map at the moment, but I'm sure that he is going to, be sad that he's lost that jungle objective, as the Jarvan now sees he lost that big money coming in from those Krugs, and now he's going to be trying to maybe go against a Fiora, maybe?
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna do too much to Fiora, but he's definitely attempting it. Fiora have a lot of dashes in her kit, and then back to the point when you mentioned Yasuo and the Fiora. Fiora is one of the strongest Baron lane in the entire game. The fact that the developer hasn't nerfed her yet is actually surprising, because there's no single champion in the game right now that can actually match against Fiora in lane. She provides a lot of lane pressure. At the same time, the rest of the Goon's team can just poke you if you decide to go for those objectives. They're not really going for the really 5-on-5 dive clash. They're just going to poke you before you can do anything. Meanwhile, on the other side, from a Hitman, GM, the Kali, we have Rakan, we have Jarvan, we have Diana. They're going for a full-on dive comp. So this is really a clash of 2 different strategies to see which one's going to end up better. Dragon's on the map, 22 seconds left. So here it is. We're going to see our first major clash between the 2 teams.
Exactly. 13 seconds remaining until the dragon is spawned. It is an Ocean Drake as well, which can be extremely powerful even for the red team, for Yon. if they're able to get that Ocean Drake, that poke damage that the blue team could potentially be going for might not necessarily be as effective, because then they get that little bit of support from the Ocean Drake being able to get that health and mana regeneration, so that poke damage isn't as effective. I think the blue team might want to be going for this one to be able to support that a little bit more. We'll see what team decides to go for it, as the blue team, as Goon, still has a solid 1,000 gold advantage against Yon. As we see the red team kind of collapsing in on the Dragon, the Xayah and the Rakan, as well as the Diana, all in the area. The Galio looking to escape as we get the Diana kind of out of the way. As we look on screen, the Fiora up against the Akali. The Galio was able to escape, but it was the Diana, who is now level 7, tried to go in. I think she tried to go for the Moon Rush onto it, but wasn't able to secure the kill onto the Galio. The Galio is just fine, but the red team trying to maybe poke out, get a pick onto the Galio or the Gragas, not going to be able to. The blue team now in position to potentially go for that Ocean Drake. That's going to be a big battle, and I'm excited to see how that's going to play out, as we see both teams now looking to go towards the Dragon. Looks like the Kali is going back topside. The Fiora trying to do what he can to push up the turrets. But, I mean, like you're saying, that big neutral objective on the line for both of these teams. But at the moment, at least, it looks like neither team is going for it.
Yeah, objective definitely not as important as it is before, because especially after recent changes, they have nerfed 2 other dragons in the map. On top of it, Ocean Dragon overall has just been not the most important dragons that team contests, especially not losing your life over. Because if you get the dragon, you don't really get any gold or experience for your team. But if you lose a kill, that's like 400 gold. That's a lot of experience on top of it. So that's definitely some teams need to prioritize, is not dying over a dragon. Especially, we have seen a lot of teams come back, even lose 3 dragons. As long as they kept the Elder Dragon in the end, there's always a chance to come back in the game.
Oh, exactly. And I mean, I don't know if you guys saw it over there, over on Joey at that Xayah. We saw him pick up that Infinity Edge, has that crucial first item ready to go, coming in. That's a lot of damage potentially for that dive coming in from the Rakan and the Xayah potentially. I mean, the Xayah herself is just inherently safe as a champion if she does get dove upon. But we're going to have to see how that plays out in the bottom lane. I mean, for now at least, the blue team hasn't, or neither team really, hasn't really focused on trying to get these kills. They've just been laning up, getting gold. And I mean, at this point in the contest, the red team bringing it back to about a 700 gold lead. A very close game. Nothing crazy happening just yet, as the Xayah is able to escape a potential engage from the Lulu and the Jinx. The Xayah very low, gonna have to leave the Dragon Pit. So the blue team is gonna be able to get that Ocean Drake. But like you were saying, not the most effective of the dragons. The red team might be getting the better prize out of that one. Going to be able to take the Herald over at the top side of the Rift, and they're gonna be able to get that one out and available. And I don't remember who they gave it to. I think that they did give it to the Jarvan, and now the Jarvan is looking in to go up against the Fiora maybe. Are they going to be able to get that kill? They're going to drop the Rift Herald, and this could potentially be a dive onto this Fiora. I don't know if this is a good shot for the Fiora. The Hero's Entrance is going to come through from the Galio. The knockup is not going to land on the Akali. She wants to get that Duelist onto the Akali, is able to get the kill, but it's going to be a 1-for-1. Cataclysm going to be used by the Jarvan to be able to get the kill onto the Fiora, and now the Galio is caught out into a bad spot. Gragas is nowhere close, the knockup is going to come through. The Diana is there, and the Jarvan is going to get 2 kills out of that play for the red team. And on top of that, the Rift Herald just beating away at the tower in the top lane. Going to be able to get the first tower down for the red team. Yon now taking the advantage in this game. And on top of that, the Rift Herald might even be able to get a second headbutt. Maybe not. Maybe not. The Fiora looks like she is there in time, but amazing play coming in from the red team, recognizing that the blue team was prepared in the bottom lane to go for the Dragon. Huge knockup coming in. We can't even talk about it. What an explosive cast coming in from the Gragas. Rakan is going to go down. A huge play coming in from Levant at the bottom lane. Going to be able to kind of even out the score right now, putting it at 29.3 thousand gold apiece. A huge play coming in from the blue team to be able to get this back to even. Yes, the red team was able to get that tower up in the top lane, but the blue team able to bounce back, is in the lead in terms of goal, or in terms of kills. Now it's all about getting those objectives taken care of. Can they get a tower down in the mid lane? Can they get a tower down in the top lane? Because right now it is the red team with kind of that objective control on the top side of the Rift.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of the poke comp, and also definitely for Goon side, they have some dive of their own, right? We saw the Gragas jumping in with the E-Flash. That was incredible. Incredible initiation. Got in 2 people knocked up, and ultimate placement was just awesome. At the same time, though, kudos to Young for taking the first tower down. That's a lot of map pressure. There's a lot of gold across the board, and that's why they're staying in the game. Look at that beautiful engage on the bottom side once again.
Nice play coming in from the Cataclysm. Going to be onto the Lulu, onto the Jinx and onto the Lulu. Wild Growth is going to get used, but it's not going to be enough. That is a 4-man death squad coming in, and that Cataclysm is so big for the red team. A little bit of damage coming in on the Akali, but she does have that smoke screen to be able to get out of that one. She's going to go in onto the Gragas. Hero's Entrance is going to come through from the Galio, trying to get the knockup, but it's not going to be in time. The Akali is going to be able to get the kill onto the Gragas. The Galio will take the kill and the tower, but on the bottom side of the Rift, the red team's going to be able to take another tower down in the bottom lane. What we were talking about, that the Fiora was able to take the kill onto the top tier 1 tower as well, but the Akali, who was a little bit behind in the early game against the Fiora, remember, first blood goes to the Fiora, now going to be feeling really good about getting that kill onto the Gragas. That was a 2v1. And still being able to come out 1-for-1 is extremely good for this for this red team. Yon, I feel like even though the game is even, they've gotten themselves into a good position moving into the team fight phase of this contest.
Definitely. I still favor Goons in that trade though, because it took the mid-tier 1 tower, and that's incredible amount of map control. Correct. If you connect all the remaining towers, right now, Team Goon can decide to dive their opponent anywhere they want in the jungle, and then that definitely gives them a lot more pressure towards the dragon. And then, like we mentioned, once you took because they traded the Rift Herald as a first team fight, where given Goon the first dragon, now the second dragon is coming up. If they keep on securing dragon like this, because what Goon is really good at is just poking their opponents away. If they continue to poke Team Young, and continue to secure the dragons, this game may get out of the hand really, really fast, because we're talking about the Jinx and Lulu combo. That's really deadly if they let them skill.
Right, but I mean, shoutouts coming in. I mean, on the other hand, shoutouts to Yon. I mean, Zenith has had some amazing cataclysms as we get another explosive class going to come through onto the Diana. He's going to get rooted, going to be able to flash away from the hero's entrance, but is going to get knocked up by the Galio. A huge taunt, and the Diana is going to go down. Jarvan extremely low, and it's going to be a blue team double kill for the Galio. Rakan now extremely low. The Xayah trying to get out of that one, but she does not have enough flight speed to be able to get away from that. The feathers may fly, but she is just getting cooked. And the red team, Yon, is going to go down. 4 members in total, the Diana, the Xayah, the Rakan, and the Jarvan, out of a beautiful engage coming in from the blue team, are going to be able to secure those kills, get themselves into a 3,000 gold lead. And on top of that, that is Baron Nashor saying goodbye. The purple buff is now ready for this blue team, and now Goon is putting themselves into a really good control state in this game. That is an amazing play and might actually be the game-determining factor here in that contest. That was an amazing performance and a great team fight for Goon.
Yep, Lebanon putting in work in this game. It's been pretty peaceful for the first 10 minutes, and in the last team fight, everything just went loose. I mean, the initiation from this Gragas is definitely top-notch. Every time he's able to find those leftover or people who are out of position, just went in, immediately secure that 1 or 2 kills, or get people in a really weird, awkward position. On top of it, Hoon followed up with his ultimate, a grand entrance on the Galio to zone everybody out from a big area, so Team Goon can single out 1 or 2 characters in that team fight. That definitely turned out to be really beneficial for them. Now the bottom tower is just gonna slide one after another. Oh, here it comes.
Oh, we got an engage coming in onto the Jinx. Hero's entrance gonna come through from the Galio. Wild Growth is still online, potentially for the Lulu, as Cataclysm comes in from the Jarvan, but he doesn't have any follow-up, any support. The 4-man death squad coming in from Goon is going to be able to get the kill on to the Jarvan, and now maybe in a little bit more. Nice knockup coming in from the Rakan to be able to get away for the Diana, but the Diana is not going to be able to escape from the Gragas, and that is the Galio. That is Hoon on a killing spree at the 13-minute mark in this contest. It is now 10 kills to 4, and we are just seeing the snowball just continue to grow into an avalanche for Goon. Oh, during that entire time, the Fiora over in the top lane, Zello going to be able to take that kill onto not only the tier 2 tower, but also the inhibitor tower as well. That means the super minions are going to be spawning for the remainder of this contest. And very nicely done from the blue team capitalizing on the big neutral objective that they were able to get out of that Baron. Looks like Baron buff should be about expired, but the damage has been done. That is 3 turrets. That is 1 inhibitor turret going down. The inhibitor turret in the bottom lane is very close to going down as well. And so now the red team, Yon is in a very dire spot. They're going to need an amazing, miraculous active COD play coming through to be able to get this game back under control, because Goon has control of the Rift. They've pushed forward and are almost about to push Yon back into their base. You can see the 4-man squad coming in on to the top lane, or into the mid lane, I mean. A couple of wards are going to spot a scout out these objectives coming through, but we're going to see another engage coming in from the blue team. Hero's entrance is going to come in, but it's not going to land on anybody. A little bit of damage coming through onto the Rakan. With the Akali coming in, is going to get taunted by the Galio. The blue team is going to be able to move forward, and that might actually be the final push to win this game potentially. This is a huge play coming in as we get the Super Mega Death Rocket coming in from the Jinx. They're going to try to get that inhibitor turret down, and they will be able to get the inhibitor turret to go down. The blue team is running forward. They want this win, and they are looking to make it happen.
Yep, and there's little to nothing that Team Young can do at this point. The poke comp, if you let them skill, as mentioned, it's almost unstoppable. If you can't touch that Jinx, if you can't kill the Jinx, this game is over. And now that's exactly the spot they're going in to try to attempt it one more time. Can they find this defense?
No, they will not. Zaya's going to go down. The Cataclysm is going to come through to be able to delay the inevitable for a little bit, but there is nothing that the Yon squad can do. Congratulations to Team Goon, going to be able to take this win and secure themselves a spot in the semifinals. An amazing performance coming through from the blue team, from Goon. And I mean, like we said, you know, it was all about potentially that early game advantages coming in from that Zaya and the Rakan in the early game. You know, we could have potentially seen them, the Zaya and the Rakan in the bottom lane, be able to perform well against the Jinx and the Lulu, but they were able to stay safe. We didn't see that pressure coming in. Yes, we saw the red team be able to come back with that Rift Herald, get that kill onto the Fiora. But I mean, at that point, the Fiora had already gotten so much ahead of the Akali, and the Galio had some amazing heroes entrances coming through, amazing explosive casks coming in from the Gragas. And at the end of the day, I mean, the potential dive combination that Yon had just was unable to do anything against the peeling pressure, the knockups, the ability to run away from those really high value ultimates from Yon squad. Just going to be too much for Yon to handle, and Goon is going to be able to advance in this game fairly easily. I mean, once they got those kills on the river, they were able to get the Baron, be able to get the Dragon, and at that point, the game was over.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think Team Goon just overall outdrafted their opponents. As long as they make sure that the Jinx and Lulu side is able to farm peacefully without dying, Fiora is a winning lane. I'm surprised, like I said, Fiora didn't get nerfed or Fiora didn't get banned, because there's not other champion that can actually even up with Fiora in lane. So you're always going to have this problem where Fiora is constantly putting out map pressure, doesn't matter which side she goes to. Unless you're foreman, like constantly to gank this Fiora, but obviously then you're just going to let Jinx and Lulu free farm. So either lane you go to, it's a dilemma, like which lane do you gank? At the same time, I think for Team Young, they could have executed the Dragonfly a lot better. For their team comp, they're more for the full dive composition. And when you have a comp like that, you want to make sure you contest those objectives and you do it decisively and you do it on time. So you don't waste any time, you don't lose any map pressure to give it to Fiora. But obviously, that's not something that we've seen this game. We've seen the team fight being dragged out too much, which is exactly the win condition for Team Goons, right? They want to poke, they want to extended team fights. So yeah, congratulations once again to Team Goons for playing to the winning condition, obviously taking the game one and extending their prize pool money in this tournament.
Exactly. I mean, like you said, I mean, the prize pool is just exponentially increasing the further you get into the contest. So congratulations to Goon. They're going to be advancing into the semifinal matchups. We've got plenty more quarterfinals games available here for us at the Trovo Titans Wild Rift Birthday Bash. We're going to be back again in just a few minutes, so don't go anywhere.
looking to be the next great Trovo caster? Apply today for the Trovo Titans Community Caster Program. We're looking for dedicated Trovers who want to boost their following by casting some of our community tournaments right from your own channel. We're rewarding our community with coveted Titan points in North America, Latin America, and Europe. Titan points can turn into cash at the end of the Trovo Titan series. You can earn Titan points 3 ways. Join our Discord and hang out with the community. Your engagement will earn you automatic points. Play in our free-to-play online tournaments. The more you play, the more points you earn. If you place well in the tournament, you'll get bonus points too. Be part of the fun and earn Titan points today. We'll see you on the leaderboards. Visit trovotitans.live/titanpoints for more info.
Are you streaming on Trovo yet? We're welcoming streamers to become part of our exciting and supportive community, no matter how big or small. It's easy to use, has fun features, and is especially great for mobile gaming. Streamers can receive subscriptions, gifts from fans, and many more cash rewards. New Trovers can earn up to $380. Just use referral code TrovoTitans. That's TROVOTITANS in the Creator Studio to become a Trovo streamer. It's time to level up and start streaming on Trovo.
And welcome back to the Trovo Titans League of Legends Wild Rift Birthday Bash Tournament. $7,500 prize pool is on the line, and we are just getting started. I am Thomas, and I am joined by Assassin Dave, and we are live, ready to jump into our next game here on the bracket. That first game was absolutely phenomenal, and I'm really excited to see what our next team is going to have in store for us.
Yep, and the next team, if whoever wins, they're gonna be facing Goons for a best out of one chance to proceed. So, I mean, they got a tough road ahead. They got to win against Black Camel and Limit Testing. Both are really good teams, and then this is a tough game ahead for them. If they win, they have to go against Goons right off the bat.
Oh,
so yeah, that's gonna be a really interesting games.
That's an oof. That's an oof, as it were, because Goons were playing absolutely phenomenal against Yon. They were able to knock them out. I mean, that was a really very, decisive game once they got that first advantage. But you cannot count out any of our teams until the game is completed. Until that Nexus is destroyed, you have no idea who's going to be able to go down, who's going to be able to take the win. As we get ourselves ready to jump into our next game, it is Black Camel over on the blue side up against Limit Testing playing on the red. And like we were talking about, that Fiora coming in from both teams, or coming in from Limit Testing, the red team is going to be able to pick that one up. Bands coming in, Lee Sin and Corky actually coming in for the blue team for Black Camel. And then the bands from the red team, you got Ziggs and Camille, both coming out, both trying to be able to avoid maybe that really high pressure, high damage that these champions can provide. But like you were talking about, how powerful the Fiora can be in the top lane, going to be able to take that and get it for Limit Testing, going to be very scary for Black Camel to have to go up against. As we kind of see the draft a little bit more, Fiora, Braum, Olaf kind of being hovered for Limit Testing. Blue team going for Gragas, Janna, and Kaisa.
Interesting thing is Asami is actually server, at least America's server, top 2 Katarina for a long time. Ever since Katarina came out, this person has been one-trick Katarina nonstop. And now he's playing support for Black Camel, which was really interesting. They're all top players, but I guess that's the good thing about competitive players. They're really flexible. Once they master one role or one champion, they can easily take that knowledge and start playing other roles as well, adapt to other roles as well. Especially in competitive team, they're always going to be the next better player, So I look forward to see those 5 players synergize together. I want to see 5 top players, how they're going to come together and form a team. Same as for the other side, Simal is actually a Camille one-trick. So the fact that they actually ban Camille and take Fiora is definitely a really powerful champion. But at the same time, Simal's Camille is just on the next level. Every time he takes out that champion, everybody have to focus him down because that's how scary he is. He's actually going to be single carrying with Camille. So very interesting dynamic between the two teams, putting players on different champions, obviously putting players on different roles. So I want to see how the teams actually clash against each other. Really excited for that.
Exactly, and it's going to be another fun game for sure. A lot of potential damage coming in, a lot of engage potentially for the red team, for that Fiora, like we were talking about, how powerful that Fiora can become. Having that Braum ultimate in the support role is extremely good. And I mean, you've got 2 really strong duelists, really strong team fighters potentially available for Limit Testing in that Olaf, in that Fiora. You've got a lot of disengage coming in from your carries in the Ezreal and the Ori coming in from Sly. And then over on the blue team, I mean, you've got themselves a lot of opportunity potentially for the Wombo combo to come through. You've got the tried and true ball delivery system coming in, not only from potentially the Kaisa, if you have to use it defensively for a disengage tool onto the Kaisa via Killer Instinct or something like that. But really, I mean, most importantly, you got that Wukong. You've got that Wukong that can go in with that Warrior Trickster, with that clone coming in and being able to get into the thick of battle and getting that huge knockup to then go in for that aftershock. That's going to be huge for Black Camel if they are able to get it. Nice knockup coming in from the Janna. So much damage going to be taken on to the Ezreal, but they're not going to be able to get the kill. They don't even take a summoner spell off the Ezreal, but still putting in that damage early on. Janna, Kai'Sa pressure in the early game, despite, Kai'Sa being more of a mid-late game carry, can still be really strong, especially when you get that shield on the Janna with that extra attack damage. A lot of damage coming in onto the Gragas as well. As we get the Wukong coming in the jungle, going to try to go up against the Olaf. Flash is going to be used, but nothing going to come out of that one. The Trump does not land on the Ahri. And now Fiora caught out into a bad spot. Going to have to use her Flash to get away. Nice roam coming in from Asami, coming in from the Janna, being able to come up there, make it a numbers neutral advantage for both teams. Neither team able to get any kills, but a lot of pressure coming on from both teams already. No one dying just yet, but you can just tell how important these kills are going to be once players start to get them, because of how carry potential-wise a lot of these players can potentially be for both teams.
Yeah, and you see that Janna actually rotated all the way from bottom side to top side to help secure the River Scuttler. This is why a lot of other region teams, they like to run their ADC and the support in the mid lane. This way they can secure the both Scuttler on the two sides of the river. Now, obviously, Janna having that passive ability to run really, really fast, so she can have a little bit more leeway. But you already see that how important it is team actually, how much pressure, how much priority put on the River Scuttler, the vision control on the map. They're already really, really aggressive from the Black Camel side, and this is going to be a really interesting match.
Exactly, but despite getting both scuttle, the double scuttle coming in from the blue team, Limit Testing is actually in the lead gold-wise. They have been able to see us a little bit better than Black Camel at this point in the contest. Yes, the Kai'Sa was able to get into the bottom lane, getting a little bit of free EX or solo lane EXP with the Janna rotating as often as she has. But at the end of the day, I mean, all of that damage that the Braum and the Ezreal can provide are going to be strong enough for the red team to have to perform, or to be able to get themselves into that gold lead for a little bit. The gold evening out a little bit more now. But if you take a look at the gold at the moment, I mean, the Orianna really rich at 2,800. The Ezreal, though, is going to be extremely rich as well, 2,900. The Kai'Sa, though, 3,000 gold at this point in the contest, going to be evening out with the Ahri. So far, fairly even in terms of gold, fairly even in terms of advantages coming in for both teams. As we get the Mountain Drake spawning, blue team immediately going on it. Is Black Hammer going to be able to make it happen? Got the ball positioned at the river, trying to be able to avoid the Olaf for being able to come in. He does have Ragnarok ready, potentially to come in for it. And this could be a potential collapse as we do get the engage coming in from the Olaf. But the blue team is going to be able to take the dragon down. Killer Instinct going to be used by the Kai'Sa to be able to get the kill onto the Olaf. That was a risky play and no reward coming for it. We're going to get the dashes coming in from the Ahri ultimate, but a misplay coming in from Limit Testing. They were not prepared for the damage that the blue team can put out. The Olaf not even able to get the smite steal onto the dragon, and the blue team not only able to get the dragon, they were also able to get first blood. They're going to have momentum moving into the second neutral objective, which will be the Rift Herald, and that is a huge error, I feel like, coming in from the Olaf. I mean, a big risk. I mean, at the end of the day, it is a Mountain Drake, but still not a big reward. Now, what can the blue team do with that advantage?
They can do almost everything at this point. When you have an advantage with a composition like involving Orianna and involving Kai'Sa, I mean, this snowball potential is insane. But what I want to mention is, I think it's overall just team readiness, like you were saying. Black Camel is just very ready for that dragon fight. You know, Limit Testing seems like they're wobbly. They're not sure, should we contest it, should we not contest it? You can see that when X Sly on the Ahri went back home, immediately Black Camel started the dragon. They took advantage of the recall timer, took advantage of the time it takes to travel back to the dragon, and they started it. And that's just tells you that this team is ready for this skirmish, the team fight, potential team fight. And obviously, by the time they decided, oh, maybe we should contest this because we do have Olaf with immune qual control, it's too late. And Olaf went in by himself. It's just when you give a dragon and a kill, that might be too bad. When you give just a dragon, it's actually not the worst problem, but a dragon and a kill, that's something that, you know, it hurts.
Right, and I mean, that's the big part about it, is we get another engage coming in. Ragnarok going to get used by the Olaf again, and this time the Olaf gets the steal onto the Rift Herald and will be able to escape. That is exactly what the Limit Tested wanted to do in that engage. on the Dragon. You know, with the Olaf being able to go unstoppable with that ultimate, with that Ragnarok, is able to come in and smite steal a lot of these objectives. All the CC that the blue team has with the explosive cast, with the Cyclone, with the Tornado, with all of that CC potentially available for the blue team, Ragnarok nullifies all of that. And so it was the Olaf being able to get that nice smite onto the Rift Herald, going to be able to get that neutral objective as well. But as we were doing that, though, a lot of kills coming in from the blue team. They were able to get a kill onto the Ahri and onto the Fiora, and now they're going to be looking for the Olaf again. Hero is going to go down, and the turret does not take the kill onto the Olaf. Aloe going to be able to get out of that one, and now even more potential objectives coming in and more kills coming out. No, not going to happen. True Shot Barrage coming in from the Ezreal, but it's not going to land onto the Janna. But
Ahri?
With the Ezreal and the Braum now both low, it's going to be tower going down. The Ahri is going to die in the bottom lane, and everything is going in favor of Black Camel. Yes, they lost the Rift Herald, but in exchange, out of the entirety of the Rift, they've been able to get 4 kills, 2 of them on their mid laner, and they are not stopping. Very nicely done coming in from Black Camel. Early game advantages, and the early game in general is secure for the blue team. Very nicely done.
Every step that Team Black Camel is taking right now is just giving them extra $250.
Yeah, there you go.
Money.
Yep. Do not pass go. Passing, or they pass go. They're not letting limit testing pass go at all. Not being able to let them move forward. Getting that monopoly money coming through in the gold from those kills. And I mean, that's the important part about it too, is like these kills provide so much gold for these teams and just so much objective control to be able to get minions, which adds more gold and more monopoly money. As we do get the Rift Herald summoned in the mid lane, the blue team starting on the Dragon, but it looks like they're going to disengage to try to maybe go for the Rift Herald now. Yes, the Olaf was able to get it, but do they get anything out of the Rift Herald? I don't think they will. They get nothing out of that Rift Herald, and the red team doesn't even go for the Dragon. As we do get a little bit of an engage coming through, the Cyclone going to land from the Wukong. Going to be able to get a lot of damage coming through. It's going to be the Kai'Sa using Killer Instinct onto the Ahri. Aftershock is going to land onto the Ezreal and onto the Braum, and the Fiora going to be caught out, is going to be able to die. The Grog is going to be able to go golden, and will be able to get out of that one as well. And now they're looking in for more kills. They're not going to be able to get the kill onto the Ezreal or onto the Braum, but the Olaf, the Ahri, and the Fiora all go down. A beautiful Aftershock coming in from the Orianna, from Measler, to be able to get that kill, or to be able to get the disengage, or not the disengage, but the pressure onto the Ezreal, onto the Ahri, and the Ahri not able to escape. Really nicely done. A great Zhonya's coming in from the Gragas to be able to survive. Not only does Black Camel get those extra kills, an extra 3 kills for the blue team, but then also the second dragon of the game, that is an Ocean Drake available. And like we've been talking about in that other game as well, the Snowball now might be insurmountable for limit testing. It's a 7,000 gold lead less than 10 minutes into the game.
Yeah, right now it's no longer, like, in my opinion, what limit testing can do to win this, to come back in this game. I think Black Camel, it's really up to Black Camel to make the mistake. You know, because limit testing, their win condition is the team fight. And now they're losing every single one of those. You know, like, they have the Braum, they should be staying in the bush, actually looking for someone to initiate on, but we haven't seen those decisive engage. And speaking of that, in the mid lane, it seems like Ahri looking for some damage right here, but
not going to happen. It's going to be a Cyclone coming in, and it's going to be the Olaf going down yet again. Another Aftershock onto the Braum, and Kai'Sa is going to go onto a killing spree. It doesn't matter. Whenever limit testing tries to go into the river, it tries to advance forward, they're going to lose several members. This time the Braum goes down as well as the Olaf. We can take a look at the items and the KDA scores of everybody. I think the Olaf has died, several times in crucial points of this contest. As if you're now trying to go for the Grand Challenge onto the Gragas, the flash is going to be used. She's not able to get that last part of the Grand Challenge, and it is going to be the Gragas being able to escape. Very nicely done coming in from the blue team yet again. Able to get more objectives coming through, able to get more damage coming in, and Black Camel, I mean, now 10,000 golden advantage. All those kills that Hero is given over to Black Camel, limit testing is just unable to respond. The Baron is now alive, and I mean, at this point, they can metaphorically smack the wallet down on limit testing if they try to engage onto the Baron. I don't even think Ragnarok could be able to last or be able to do enough to be able to get the Olaf in there. I don't think the Olaf would be able to get up there in time to potentially go for it to try to get that kill onto the Baron. I think the blue team, like you were saying at this point, they've got to be able to get disengaged. As we do get some damage coming in onto the Fiora. The Fiora is going to go down in the bottom lane. Selma not going to be able to get out of that one. And now caught out of position. The blue team is going to be able to take their first inner tower of the game. Down here in the bottom lane, the Wukong already with that Guardian Angel. I mean, I don't foresee a win condition right now for limit testing at this point in the game. I mean, like you said, it's up to, Black Camel to lose this game, basically. But at this point, I mean, even if they lose one team fight, the best that limit testing can do is get this within 8,000 gold. And still, with the snowbally champions that you've got in the Orianna, in the Kaisa, it's just going to be very difficult for the red team to potentially come back from this one.
Yeah, it's all about Room of Error. For Black Camel, they have extended a Room of Error to like such a huge space. I mean, we're talking about Orianna right here, who has a lead. You saw the amount of the poke that she was able to dish out to Ahri. Now, Ahri is a champion that I think strongest when she's sitting in the bush, because she's more of an assassin. She's an assassin category. Right. You have to make sure that she's hidden and just come out with ultimate, tell somebody, one-shot somebody. But that's not something we saw. I think limit testing missed their window of opportunity, and now they're really suffering the consequences. At the same time, for Black Camel, they really just had a really smart strategy since the beginning. Like, initially, you have Samal on the Camille, actually on the Fiora, was having the advantage over the Gragas. But then, they were able to gank her in the lane, put a lot of pressure on top lane, put Fiora behind, like manually, bottom side, a little bit more skirmish coming out.
A little bit of damage coming through. The Cyclone already getting used by the Wukong, who's now very low. But the red team not able to do anything against it. The Ezreal's still alive, but it's going to be the Nimbus charge coming in from the Wukong. It's going to be a kill onto the Ezreal, and very low damage or very low health on the Fiora, and the Olaf going to have to disengage. Ragnarok is not ready for Hero, and the blue team is going to be able to take 2 kills down on the Ezreal and on the Braum. They're not even going for the Dragon, they are going for the throat. As we get a little bit of damage coming in onto the Janna. What a huge charm coming in on that Monsoon. Stopping the Janna from being able to heal. It will be the Janna going down. That's only the second kill for the red team in this game. The blue team kind of making a little bit of an error there. Maybe not necessarily the worst thing to happen. Yes, the Ahri was able to land that charm, assassinates the support player. I mean, really, at the end of the day, it's just a support that ends up going down. But the Olaf, see, that's what I was talking about right there. Yep. Trying to come in with that Ragnarok. There's just too much damage now on the blue team. The Ragnarok not even able to get there in time. As we get the Kaisa being able to get a little bit of damage onto the Ahri, but they will not go for it. Sly will be able to escape, but Hero does not. 14-2. Unfortunately, at this point, I think that Hero has taken a lot of the deaths here in this contest. And when your jungler goes down, it's so difficult to have control of the Rift because, Olaf is such an oppressive champion. And you're not able to do much of anything with him gone and not available. That's your front line, that's your assassin, or that's your, not your engage, but like your ability to be able to stick onto somebody because you have that unstoppable. And since he's so far behind, and since the Ahri is so far behind, like the damage is just not there. We'll take a look at the items here momentarily on both of these teams. I'd like to see where the Kaisa and Orianna are at in comparison to the Ahri and the Olaf. As we get a little bit of damage in the mid lane coming through, the Gragas is going to come through and get it onto the Ezreal maybe. Not going to happen, but we are going to get a Cyclone coming in from the Wukong. It's going to be the Ahri going golden. Slide going to be caught out into a bad spot, and Kaisa's going to go on a rampage. Ezreal going to go golden, going to try to escape using that E, but won't be able to get out of that one, and that is a Gragas double kill in the mid lane. Going to be able to go dominating, taking down Hero as well. They're not even going for the mid lane tower. They are going for the Nexus, and there is nothing that limit testing can do. And unfortunately, oh my goodness. I can't even say that. I have to talk about how amazing that Wombo combo was for the blue team onto the Fiora. You have that little extra icing on the cake. But congratulations to Black Camel. At the end of the day, I feel like that first engagement at the Dragon with that Ragnarok coming in from the Olaf, just dying, giving first blood over to, I believe it was the Orianna, to be able to move forward into the game and get that early game advantage, not only being able to get the Dragon as well. Just unfortunately not going to be able to come back from that one. And at that point, I mean, the snowball had already begun. Your carry already getting a gold advantage against the other team. And that's just so oppressive for the blue team. As we kind of take a look at what happened here, we got a nice engage coming in from the one from the Wukong, getting that Cyclone, and then there's that Aftershock onto the Braum and the Ezreal, being able to make sure that the Ezreal and Braum were not able to get over to the Fiora, and a great golden coming in from Aloy, being able to survive that one. And as you can see, I mean, the engage is just continuing to go in favor of Black Camel. This Wukong being fantastic for the blue team.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Like, it seemed like Limit Testing wasn't able to find the win condition for the Braum. When we have a Braum on our team, we have an Arya on our team, we have a lot of quad control. We're supposed to see like Braum just stunning everybody with a passive, right? Like team actually coordinating, synergizing, proc those passive, but we didn't see that at all this game. We just see them running away all the time, and the Braum was not able to land any effective ultimates to claim those terrestrial controls for the team fight. I mean, overall, Black Camel just pulled a really, really smart strategy, in my opinion. I think that the early clash onto the top side, River Scholar, definitely helped them secure that game because it put Fiora behind, and Gragas was supposed to be losing that lane, but that turned into a winning condition in the end. So they're able to move towards the Dragon before their opponent, and it started snowballs through there. So, I mean, at the same time, Limit Testing could have just given up the Dragon and just let Fiora split push and come up to try to come back in that game. But obviously, you know, mistake happens. So congratulations once again to Black Camel for that game. Definitely really, really well done. Now they're going to go against Goons. So
they will in the semifinals matchups, but we got a couple of quarterfinals matchups to continue onward with the Trovo Titans League of Legends Wild Rift Birthday Bash Tournament. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be back before you know it for more exciting quarterfinals action. See you guys soon.
Looking to be the next great Trovo caster? Apply today for the Trovo Titans Community Caster Program. We're looking for dedicated Trovers who want to boost their following by casting some of our community tournaments right from your own channel. We're rewarding our community with coveted Titan points in North America, Latin America, and Europe. Titan points can turn into cash at the end of the Trovo Titans series. You can earn Titan points 3 ways. Join our Discord and hang out with the community. Your engagement will earn you automatic points. Play in our free-to-play online tournaments. The more you play, the more points you earn. If you place well in the tournament, you'll get bonus points too. Be part of the fun and earn Titan points today. We'll see you on the leaderboards. Visit trovotitans.live/titanpoints for more info.
Are you streaming on Trovo yet? We're welcoming streamers to become part of our exciting and supportive community, no matter how big or small. It's easy to use, has fun features, and is especially great for mobile gaming. Streamers can receive subscriptions, gifts from fans, and many more cash rewards. New Trovers can earn up to $380. Just use referral code TrovoTitans. That's TROVOTITANS in the Creator Studio to become a Trovo streamer. It's time to level up and start streaming on Trovo.
And welcome back to the Trovo Titans League of Legends Wild Rift Birthday Bash. we've got ourselves another fun game in store for us here today, as we're going to be live for our next game here momentarily.
You have just heard is part of the building's early alert system.
Oh.
The reason for the alarm is now being investigated.
Alrighty, that's okay, as long as we're okay there. Pardon me, guys, pardon me about that confusion, though. We're going to get through this. We're going to have our exciting birthday bash sounds going to be ready to go, everybody. Appreciate you guys here. Appreciate you guys stopping by. We're going to get ourselves into our next live League of Legends Wild Rift tournament here in just a second. And I got my co-caster, Assassin Dave, here on the screen as well. How's it going, my friend?
Yo, I'm excited. I thought I was trying to fake a frozen camera, but then I hear this like incredible birthday sound in the background. I was like, oh, that was more exciting.
Just real quick, David, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to get this taken care of, and we'll be right back in just a moment, guys. Stay tuned.
Yes, sir. Yo, what's up? How's everybody doing? Welcome back. Sorry about that. We had a little bit of issues, technical challenges we're fixing right now. But as we speak, the game is actually underway between Team Washed Up and Team Mayhem. A very, very exciting match coming up. Let me know in the chat right now who is your favorite team. It seems like the band pick has already started, so let's quickly take a look of exactly what's going on. Team Mayhem on the blue side and Wash Up on the red. We have Ben's already coming up. Brum, Camille, Zix, and Akali, which leaves Fiora once again on the table, as well as Diana. Some really powerful meta picks. And sure enough, Diana will be first picked by Team Mayhem. Washed Up is going to go with Gragas and Xayah. Very interesting pick. Xayah is definitely one of the strongest ADC, if not the strongest in my personal opinion. I like Xayah, but a lot of people may argue differently. That's just personal choice. Xayah also looks really sexy. Obviously, she's taken. So, looking at Team Mayhem side, we got Galio as well as Kai'Sa. Interesting choice, knowing that Team Washed Up already taken an ADC. I could have go for something else, like say, like a support choices. Or maybe you can go, Galio's a flex pick. You know, it can go many different positions. It might be Galio support, to be honest. And it seems like that might be the choice. You might even go with Rakan, right? Taking some support choices away from your opponent. It seems like we have very little overlapping choices, champion choice from the two side. And let's take a look from Team Washed Up. They're going to go ahead and take a Rakan and Twisted Fate. Twisted Fate is definitely one of the underdogs, the overlooked champions of the day, in my opinion. But Twisted Fate is really strong, especially if you let him scale. Garen is going to be picked up. I was wondering when Garen's going to come out. Garen right now on the Baron side, with some tank build, is absolutely a force to be reckoned with. He's unkillable, and he does insane amount of damage and true damage if you let him do it. So Garen against potentially looks like Galio on the Baron side, which is interesting. Or maybe are we going to see a Diana on the Baron side? Diana versus a Garen? Either way, I'm telling you, Garen's going to come off on top because this champion is definitely really, really tanky. And on top of it, the AoE damage he does with the Samphire Ages, with the spin, oh my goodness. I can't believe that this thing is legal in the world of League of Legends Wild Rift. When are we going to see a nerf? We're going to see some adjustments, some proper adjustment for the Baron lane, because right now, Tank's Baron lane is just getting out of hand. And if you agree with me, type number 1 in the chat what you're doing. How is everybody doing? Enjoying the stream so far? Let me know in the comment section which team is your favorite team. It's your time to issue your voice. As we speak, we're now walking into the first and only game between Team Mayhem and Team Washed Up. I'm your caster, Assassin Dave. Excuse us for the technical challenges as we fix that exciting alarm. We're going to focus on this game. Oh, it seems like we're going to have Seraphine mid lane. A very Southeast Asia region move, to be honest. Like, Seraphine mid lane provides a lot of poke, for sure. But at the same time, you know, it's one of those champions. Obviously, provide a lot of team fight presence as well. So really, really strong, really good-looking choice in my opinion. But I was expecting Diana mid and Seraphine support. You know, Seraphine obviously provide a lot of poking lane as well. But now you're gonna have a Galio side lane. That cooldown he has is very long. Look at top's lane. As we speak, Mongpog already having problem going against the God Garen. As we predicted, which is a really easy prediction to be honest, because Garen's just out of hand right now. This champion is unkillable. Meanwhile, dished out insane amount of damage. Bottom side, it seems like so far all across the map, Team Washed Up are just having the map control, right? Monkey, you're trying to issue some ganks across the map, but find out that really isn't an easy lane to gank, to be honest. The top side, doesn't matter if you have shield or not from the Diana, you know, Garen's gonna take that away with one skill 1 and skill 2, no problem, no, easy peasy. It's like eating pizza. It's good, delicious, it's good, it's easy to eat. Maybe it's not so healthy for your stomach, but it's still good. Meanwhile, it seems like we have a little bit trade-off on both sides of the map right here. On the River Scholar, both sides will secure 1 Scholar this time. Not like last game, where Black Camel completely taking everything away because of their map pressure. So, good for both teams. Completely even matchup so far, except for the fact that Washed Up does have the map presence at this point. So, yeah, absolutely. That Garen and Fiora are the 2 champions I think that needs the most amount of adjustment. Fiora is just so strong. Oh, speaking of the bottom side, a little bit of skirmish, a little bit of engage from Rakan, but obviously Rakan is able to dash away really, really easily. Thanks to the fact that he's Rakan and he's stylish, he's cool, he's singing all the time. And by the way, you guys are watching the Trovo Titan quarterfinals between Team Washed Up and Mayhem. Whoever wins this match will proceed to the semifinals, and their prize money instantly jump from $500 to $750. A huge prize jump. This is a Trovo birthday bash. Oh, top side! Red team of first blood as we speak. Garen pulling up from MTS Amazing, showing who is the boss in the lane, who's gonna dominate. You know, definitely showing the power why you should nerf Garen. If you're a developer watching the stream, if you're a developer watching the game, you're not thinking about nerfing Garen or nerfing the combination of Garen and as well as the all the tank ability provided for him. I mean, think twice. Definitely think twice. This champion is just destroying rank and there's not too much you can do about it. All the traditional fighter lanes, they just can't work against tank choices, you know? On the bottom side though. Regrets on the ADC is gonna just be a little bit nuisance, make sure you don't go home. Meanwhile, another interesting thing is Gragas is not really picked a lot in ranked because Gragas does require a little bit of skilling, but Gragas, as we've seen today, has been 100% picked throughout the 3 games as a priority choice as well. I mean, I think that this champion offers not only initiation, also offers a lot of poke. So, really, really good option, and it should definitely be considered for if you're looking to rank up as part of your champion pool. So you can go a lot of choices. Gragas is a flex pick. Can go support, can go jungle, can go mid, can go Baron lane. So really, really good choice. So if you're still thinking about your next main, give Gragas a try. You might just like it. Speaking of that, The first dragon fight is coming out. Greg is already making his way toward the dragon pit. Recall with initiation of 2 people. A grand entrance from the Galio. Not able to find any knockouts, but it seems like a pretty strong clash into the dragon side. The monkey's being taken down, and it seems like a double kill, making a triple kill for the favor of Team Washed Up. Looking for more as Washed Up mid lane is looking for the double kill. The stun connects. They can't find more damage. The Kaisa will run away. Nice trade-off in the back, but what a great team fight from Team Washed Up. They will secure 3 kills on top of the dragon. Actually, make that 4, and put themselves in a decisive 5,000 gold advantage. Really, really good execution from Gragas over there. And obviously, I think for Team Mayhem, they were thinking to engage as well. Just a little bit miscommunication, to be honest. They were somebody was doing the dragon, somebody was engaging. A little bit miscommunication. They kind of split the damage. When you want to engage with their combos of monkey, you really have to engage all together. And like I said, Diana putting on the top side is just not the best lane. You can see Diana's having problems over and over again. The bottom side, Kai'Sa's continuing taking a lot of poke. With Kaisa, with Rakana and the Zaya combo is just being way too strong. A monkey being spotted by the ward on the bottom side. Have to walk back to the Hall of Shame right here. Can't really do anything. I mean, at this point, Washed Up, they're gonna find that skill. You gotta have Twisted Fate having the advantage. It's similar to the last game when we have Oriana from Black Camo. It's a similar thing. This champion, if you let them skill, they'll absolutely go out of hand. So definitely, from personal opinion, Mayhem should have swapped the Diana to other lanes because Diana is such a strong laner, and they lock him in a place where he cannot move because of the tank. It's just, I feel like it's like using $100,000 to buy a candy bar. Like, it's a waste of money. You know, it's a waste of resources. It can be used in a lot of different ways. Oh, Rakan looking for an engage. Barely missed. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Rakan being taken. Kai'Sa being taken down one more time. Continue to slide advantage to Team Washed Up's favor. This is definitely the contestant right here. When we come to the stream today, I said definitely I'm rooting for the underdogs. I'm rooting for the teams. That's gonna give tribes and goons a run for their money. And sure enough, Team Washed Up are not disappointing us at all. They're ready, even though this is a team that's going through a lot of adjustment. If you didn't know, that MTS Amazing as well as Yikes are actually team members of Goons for the last Team Liquid tournament. So right now coming in. Ooh, Rakan once again. Beautiful knockoff. Just look at the damage alone. Kaisa looking to get away. It didn't seem like the ultimate would do him much. Ultimate comes down. Can they find more? Yes, they can. In particular, double kill. Rakan once again leverage the cooldown. The very short cooldowns from all his skill kits coming in with one more knockouts. A 2-0 trade to the favor of Washed Up on the Dragon side once again. Just 8-0 on the total kill, a hero kill board. And a 8,000 gold lead to Team Washed Up favor. Now they're taking the bottom tier 1 tower, continue to put the pedal to the metal here. You know, continue to extend their advantage to make sure they solidify their advantage here. And like, really don't give their opponent a chance. This is the best of the one right here, you know. If you get a chance to win it. You know, extend your prize money right off the bat. It's a fun celebration batch. Look at the top side. Garen just don't give a heck in the world. He just keep on going in. He just dive in. And Diana can't really do anything at all. Diana have to rely mainly on the passive, on this third all attack to do damage. But when you go against Garen, like, it's pretty easily timed, right? If she sees you about to use that all attack, just activate the skill 2. He takes little to no damage. And meanwhile, he's spinning on you. He's doing the skill 1 all attack. And on top of it, if it gets you low, if you do that once or twice, it gets you to around 40% HP, 50% HP, you're dead, right? You can't get close to the lane. You're either dead or you're completely zoned out of the lane. Meanwhile, bottom side, you can see, because bottom tier 1 tower has already gone down for the side of Team Mayhem, Washed Up right now just have complete map control, right? The Galio and Kaisa can't even get close to the lane at all. This is why I was a little bit skeptical about Galio support, because Galio support, I mean, you have to either push up the lane with your skill 1. If you're poked, that skill 1 cooldown's way too long. It's not a reliable source of kill. Obviously, Galio does offer a lot of peel because the taunt, because of engage and knockout. So he has a lot of peeling potential. That's compared to Rakan and Zaya, the golden combo. You know, red team, Team Washed Up is gonna secure 1 more dragon under their belt. Now they have Cloud, Ocean Dragon, as well as now they're gonna try to take the mid tier 1 tower. Only Kaisa defending. I do not think he's gonna do much at all.
no.
With the Rift
probably-
Herald being unleashed right here, don't even need the Rift Herald. The tower's gonna go down. I was gonna kind of bodyguard Rift Herald for the second headbutt. It doesn't seem like it. And one more engage coming in. The Garen's ultimate will secure the kill on Diana. Not able to do much at all. This Diana's effectiveness in this game is almost negative. You know, he's just like a beating bag for the team. For Team Washed Up. This is exactly what I'm saying. Washed Up, not so washed up. They're washing up this Diana. That's for sure. What, Diana not able to find any luck in the team fights? Not able to find any luck at all in lane.
Exactly.
Just overall,
Hey, how's it going, Dave? Can you hear me?
Misposition. I might, because what you can do as Team Mayhem is put Galio on the Baron lane and put Diana in mid and Seraphine support. I think that will come out a lot better, and just have Seraphine continue to poke with skill 1, skill 2. Provide a shield for the Kai'Sa, let Kai'Sa farm. Because Kai'Sa works really well with heroes like Janna, because Kai'Sa already give damage not the highest, and then when you have some kind of shield provided by Seraphine, provided by champions like Janna, definitely helps you out a lot. So, I think overall, Team Washed Up just have a better allocation of their resources, and they're definitely taking advantage of it and using that allocation to extend or at least solidify their control. They're already sitting at a comfortable 13,000 gold advantage. This is similar to last game. It's a one-sided slide, and obviously, once we get to semifinals and the grand finals, that's where the fun's gonna begin. So if you haven't followed, if you haven't shared the stream with your friends, let's get Trovo Titan birthday bash hyped up, you know, for this event. This is definitely really exciting. Big shout out to Trovo Titan for Trovo for making this event happen. We need more of those incredible community events to put the entire community together to continue to inspire more players to become competitive, become pro, semi-pro in the future. Bottom side, ultimate comes down. Galio's grand entrance coming in. Not gonna save this Diana. Like I said, when you have Twisted Fate, it's just continue to scale for free. You're gonna get you a dicey territory. It's Wukong. It's an engage champion. The 4-man knockout right here. Can it find a kill? Yes, they will. They'll find a 2-2 trade so far, but they cannot dive more. As now Garen making his way to the team fight. The ultimate coming down, instantly deleting the Galio. Garen looking to get himself out. He didn't have the skill 2, so he needs the skill 1. One more tower shots, and he stays alive, ladies and gentlemen. This is exactly why Garen need to be nerfed. And he's back to 4 HP! Why is he back to full HP? How is that legit? How is that legal? Where are manners? You know, I thought we're living in a civilized society. This looks like an alien world that I can't recognize. How is Garen diving the high ground towers and walking out alive without anyone else taking the tower aggro for him, and then go back to full HP just seconds later? What? This is a scam. Garen's a scam. You know, this champion is just a little bit too much. He got one of the best skin in the game. I mean, got one of the best kit in the game. Got one of the best build path in the game. But there's not too much creativity. You don't have to be creative when you play Garen. You know, you're just gonna build tank, and you're gonna one-shot everybody. And meanwhile, stay unkillable. Meanwhile, another beautiful engage from Rakan on the other side, just looking for a little bit of poke. The tier 2 tower down the mid lane, the inner tower is already taking down to very low, almost taking down to scraps. You know, it's gonna go down a little bit. Oh my goodness! Now Infernal Dragon, the third and the last dragon before the Elder comes out, is gonna go to surely the Team Washed Up. Team Mayhem wasn't even thinking about contesting. Obviously, for the spirits of the esports, they're not gonna surrender. But at this point, we kind of have an idea. Galio grand entrance trying to save his teammates. Wukong's gonna be taken down. Look at the Kai'Sa gonna get himself away. Not gonna happen. Garen's gonna secure that kill for Team Washed Up, and objective as well as kills. They're gonna secure both. Flash comes out, but Team Washed Up is making their way into the high ground towers. I don't think they're gonna take it just yet because the cannon is gonna go down. Oh, they're gonna take it. They have the damage. They have the manpower. And sure enough, a high ground tower already taken down without Baron buff, without anything. They're pushing themselves to a 20,000 gold advantage. They try to kill this Garen. That's just a pipe dream. That's never gonna happen. Team Washed Up. 20,000 gold lead. This might be, I think this definitely is the biggest gold discrepancy that we've seen among the 3 matches that happened in the Trovo Titan Birthday Bash so far. What a domination match from Washed Up right here. Never underestimate Garen. Right now, because of Garen tank build, you can't even beat him with Akali anymore. I mean, you kind of can. You still have the kind of lane pressure you would expect Akali to have going against Garen. But Garen, once he got those items, once he got a Frost of Nature, once he got the Sunfire Aegis, he's not looking to die. Like, you're not going to kill him as long as he plays safe. As long as his goal is to clear a wave. As long as he has a certain amount of distance, like safe amount of distance to go back to tier 1 tower. So, I don't know. This champion just busted. Obviously played by one of the best mid laners, best Baron laners in the entire game. MTS amazing. Speaking of that, Rakan once again, a beautiful engage onto the Kai'Sa, trying to get himself away. Not gonna happen. The ultimate plus the flash will make sure she turns her back. Turns her head back and get herself killed. A 3-dude 4-0 trade to the favor of Team Washed Up. 23,000 gold lead. Is that even possible? Like, how is that even allowed in a tournament? Look at, they're just playing, they're ignoring the tower. What is a turret? Doesn't exist. Garen now is completely just fountain farming at this point. Look, he's sitting here letting Diana hit him for free. He's like, yeah, this will definitely cement our friendship. But blue team is not sure to surrender as the game is over. Ladies and gentlemen, it seems like Team Washed Up will be our contender. You go to the semifinals today. Wow, what a demonstration, what a show.
Very nicely done. Congratulations coming in from Washed Up to be able to get that kill. Thank you, Dave. That was an amazing solo cast as well. Putting in that work. We appreciate your guys' patience as well for that. But like you were talking about throughout that game, Dave, it was just a very strong matchup indeed for the red team. Washed Up immediately in control of the game. I mean, there was never a point, unfortunately, where Team Mayhem was able to come or be able to have really an advantage in the contest. I mean, and at that point, like, I mean, obviously, when you're talking about these teams and you're talking about Wild Rift, you can't say in a draft, oh, well, red team is going to win the game. Like, there's no way, like, that would be, you know, egregious for me to say. But also at the end of the day, looking back, red team, you know, Washed Up won that draft hands down. A great team comp, being able to get that Garen, to be able to be a stable lane in the top lane, a Twisted Fate with that Destiny ultimate, able to perform really well. Xayah Rakan extremely strong, and then you get the Gragas in the jungle. I mean, Washed Up got everything that they absolutely wanted in that fight, and we saw a couple of good engagements coming in from the blue team. I mean, the Seraphine Encores were on point. I mean, that one right there got a huge 4-man Encore, but at that point, even in the contest, a 5,000 gold lead for the red team. Washed Up was just completely in control. The Kai'Sa getting caught out a little bit too often. The blue team just unable to find openings. The Galio in that engagement, like you saw, just going back in, trying to maybe save the Kai'Sa. Not going to be able to get it. Another nice knockup coming in from the Wukong and the Seraphine to be able to get that Cyclone and that Encore. But I mean, at that point in the game, the Garen is just too strong. The ability and the engagement and disengagement tools coming in from Mayhem just way too strong for Washed Up to lose that game. I mean, like you saw, that Garen barely able to survive there. Rakan giving us the thumbs up as he gets executed, but he's going to be able to help be part of the winning team there in that quarterfinals matchup. A very strong game for this red team. Congratulations to Washed Up being our first red team to actually win a game here in the Trovo Titans Birthday Bash League of Legends Wild Rift Tournament. They're going to be advancing to the semifinals, and they're going to be up against the winner of the next game that we play in the quarterfinal series. And so we're going to be coming into that game momentarily. It's going to be a fun one for sure, so stick around, and we'll be right back for more action momentarily. See you guys shortly.
Looking to be the next great Trovo caster? Apply today for the Trovo Titans Community Caster Program. We're looking for dedicated Trovers who want to boost their following by casting some of our community tournaments right from your own channel. We're rewarding our community with coveted Titan points in North America, Latin America, and Europe. Titan points can turn into cash at the end of the Trovo Titans series. You can earn Titan points 3 ways. Join our Discord and hang out with the community. Your engagement will earn you automatic points. Play in our free-to-play online tournaments. The more you play, the more points you earn. If you place well in the tournament, you'll get bonus points too. Be part of the fun and earn Titan points today. We'll see you on the leaderboards. Visit trovotitans.live/titanpoints for more info.
Are you streaming on Trovo yet? We're welcoming streamers to become part of our exciting and supportive community, no matter how big or small. It's easy to use, has fun features, and is especially great for mobile gaming. Streamers can receive subscriptions, gifts from fans, and many more cash rewards. New Trovers can earn up to $380. Just use referral code TrovoTitans. That's TROVOTITANS in the Creator Studio to become a Trovo streamer. It's time to level up and start streaming on Trovo.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Trovo Titans League of Legends Wild Rift Birthday Bash Tournament. Dave summoning up that chakra for our next very fun League of Legends Wild Rift tournament. The last of our 4 quarterfinals matches coming up in our next game here momentarily. Dave, how you feeling about the bracket so far?
Oh my goodness. It's either one-sided or one-sided. So I cannot wait for us to get to like semifinals and all the teams are start clashing. We're going to see them back and forth. And in the grand finals, oh my goodness. If you haven't followed Trovo Titans on Trovo, this is your chance to do exactly just that. The next match is it's probably one of the most anticipated match, right? Tribes versus Team Fairness. Is it going to be the underdog story? The black horse, dark horse, whatever you like to call it? Or are we going to see another one-sided match? We shall find out in a minute.
Right. I mean, we could see either way happen here in this game. Anything is possible, especially in a best-of-1 series. But regardless of what place and what position you get in this tournament, you are going to be able to be getting those ever so important Titan points coming in from Trovo that are going to be very much important for these players and for you guys as community members as well, as we take a look at the Titan points leaderboard. And you can see the first 5 members of the Trovo Titan points leaderboard are all going to be in a 5-way tie. Look at how close this battle is for that amazing prize pool that is available just for being a Trovo community member. And it's going to be really cool to see who's going to be able to take home that nice cash. And there are many ways as a player that you are going to be able to get those Titan points, not even as a player, but also just as a community member. There are 3 crucial ways that you guys are able to get Titan points. You can hang out and on the Discord, as it says on there, hang out on Discord and earn points by being awesome like you are for sure. You can also compete in our Trovo Titans games to be able to get those points just by competing. And if you compete well, you're also going to be able to get more Titan points coming in by getting very good placements in your tournaments that you compete in. So there are several ways for players to be able to get it. And if you want to be able to earn those Titan points and you think you have what it takes, we've got some upcoming tournaments ready to go. On June 6th, we've got a Rocket League 3v3 tournament. We've also got on June 13th a Garena Free Fire Solos tournament, and then again on the 20th another 3v3 Rocket League event coming to you from Trovo Titans. If you guys want any more information on any of these games or anything about Trovo in general, please feel free to follow them and visit trovotitans.live. You can also follow them on social media at Trovo Titans. So a lot of opportunities and a lot of tournaments still coming up for our players and our tournament here today as well. And Dave, as you've been talking about, this is a very anticipated matchup coming in. We're going to get Team Tribe coming in against Team Fairness. You were talking about it and during the break, and we've been talking about it now. I mean, Tribe has some really strong members of the NA League of Legends scene on deck to be available. I mean, are they the team to beat? Are they the ones that we are expecting to win this tournament? What do you think, Dave?
We shall find out. I mean, Tribe is definitely they got the full deck lineup, like you said. The roster is insane. They're all like other game champions, so they have a lot of tournament experience. So for this tournament, fun tournament for them is like a warm up. You know, I think they're just coming in, you know, doing whatever they do on a regular basis, doing dishes or probably washing clothes while playing their tournament. So like they might be taking a breather. So Team of Fairness might take this opportunity to be like, okay, you know, they might be looking down on us right now, so we can take this opportunity and maybe beat them because this is best out of 1. And if they win against Tribe, it's going to be the story of the season. Tell that story for a long time. Story
of the tournament, story of the year, especially if Fairness is able to get that one down. And they're starting off strong with a bracket. They end up banning out that Gragas. I mean, in the last 3 games, Gragas has been an X factor for whatever team has gotten them. But it does allow for that Camille to come in On the bans coming in from the blue team, I'm not sure if that's correct ban coming in over on the blue side, because I do see that that ban is showing Camille. I'm assuming that that's not the case. I'm assuming that another team or another player or another team got banned, or champion got banned out of that one. But regardless, the Camille is going to be there with that Kaisa, with that Orianna. You got an Alistair and an Akali as well, or maybe not. Let's see what the other champions tribe tries to go for. But Fairness going to be able to pick up that Fiora, the Wukong, the Corki, the Xayah. So Rakan might still be on the table. That might have actually been the ban. We'll see what the blue or what Fairness decides to go for this last pick. But I mean, at the end of the day, looking at that blue team, another really strong frontline offensive team coming available for Tribe. I mean, getting, I think, everything that you would want out of a team like this. Get the Alistair and the Garen and a Camille on top of that. So you have Disengage, you've got a ball delivery system for the Orianna. The Kaisa has a ton of peel, and even if she wants to go into the front line with that killer instinct, it's going to be really difficult, I think, for Fairness to be able to get to that Kaisa if she gets ahead in the early game. But, I mean, taking a look over at that red team, the Wukong, if he is able to get himself into a good position to get those knockups, and they have the follow-up damage that is available, you got that Corki coming in that can really, you know, end someone's whole career, as it were, if they are able to get that damage going. That Gatling gun deals so much damage, that long-range poke coming in from those rockets. It's all going to boil down to whether or not Fairness is going to be able to get the engages and the picks that they need in order to win this game.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both sides, team composition are heavily focused on team fights, skirmishes, right? You got one side was Braum, Xayah, and Monkey, Wukong, right? We'll jump in. And the other side, we are Alistair. I mean, who else engaged better than Alistair? And I see the signature pick, Camille, coming out for the Tribe T Tigers. He's been running this, like, in all his rank matches. I think, what a great choice. This champion, when he rotates and ganks, he can lock you down. You cannot really move anything. You cannot move anywhere. If you get engaged on, you have to either rely on your teammates to help you stay alive, or just rely on yourself, your building mechanics, to help you stay alive. Because you can't really escape. Doesn't matter how many flash you have or how many shield you have. So, a really interesting matchup that both teams are going for the team fight composition. It just all comes down to execution. Who's able to execute better? Who's able to engage better? Now, obviously, at the same time, how about a Fiora versus a Garen pick? Garen and Fiora are definitely the two strongest Baron lane choices in the game right now. So, which one's gonna come off on top? A Fiora player is a very proficient player. Meanwhile, Chuck from Tribes, Chuck is actually a mid laner who's the Aurelion Soul main. If those players have been playing in North American server, is what I think is server number 1 Aurelion Soul. Now joining Tribe, he's going to the Baron lane. So I'm actually interested to find out his champion proficiencies or just lane proficiencies overall.
Right. And I mean, I think you bring up a really good point about Fiora as a champion. Like, I mean, and at the end of the day, like, Fiora is at this point very strong. We've seen her picked or banned in every single game so far. I mean, for example, like we saw Ziggs. Ziggs has been banned every single ban phase. It doesn't matter. Every team trying to ban out that Ziggs. The red team most likely doing it because they know if they don't, then the blue team is going to be able to get it. But so Fiora has been able to get out of most of our ban phases and getting that first or second pick. She is an extremely oppressive laner. So in that scenario, in that case, like, you're not looking for a lane that's going to beat Fiora. You want to be able to come out of that game even or slightly behind in the top lane. And if you're able to do that, you're going to be able to put your team into a good situation moving into the team fight phase of the match. And Garen is one of the best choices for that. But like you were talking about, Chuck, maybe not with the most experience in the top lane, probably knows how to be able to perform well with Garen, but that doesn't mean that this is secure. And as you can see right now, the Fiora is pushing out the lane. He is making sure that the Garen is having difficulty starting out. And so we do have the Camille in the area. The Fiora is going to come in, getting a little bit of damage. The Camille is waiting in the wings. Is going to go for that hook shot. And it's going to be the Hextech ultimatum getting used on the Fiora. She's going to have to try to flash a wave. He gets the first blood, and he's going to get the healing coming in from his grand challenge. Is he going to be able to get out of this one, though? He does. The Alistair is going to come in for the knockup, and it will be the blue team being able to get that kill onto the Fiora. But almost an amazing play coming in from the Fiora, very nicely done to be able to get that kill, making it a 1-for-1. The blue team having to dedicate a lot of resources across the rift in order to potentially get that get that kill onto the Fiora, which means, that the Kai'Sa was all alone in the bottom lane. She has to go back because he was extremely low health-wise. It means that the Xayah and the Braum are going to be able to get a little bit more ahead. It's all about whether or not the red team is going to be able to take that momentum that they were able to get from that early engagement and that early poke damage coming in from the Fiora to be able to get this game under control very early on. Nicely done.
Yeah, Fiora, you saw the power of it, and obviously I think Lust played it flawlessly over there in that skirmish. He got ulted by Camille, didn't panic at all, ulted and get himself regen on the Garen, and used the ultimate to dodge ultimate. He took the damage from it, but that was just such a beautiful play. He's able to trade out one person. If Alistar wasn't there, he would have gotten away, while killing one person from a gank. That's just insane, considering how much pressure is being put on him, and he's still able to walk off on top. Now, the Dragon's coming up, and then now it's 2 people on top lane. Are we going to see Team Fairness do something on this Dragon? Because it does seem like Tribes wanted the first tower over the Dragon.
Right, and I think that this is a very good trade, I think, for the for Tribe in general. Yes, the blue team does get the Dragon, a little bit of damage coming in on the Fiora. With the Orianna coming in with that Aftershock, it is going to be the blue team being able to take down the Fiora in the top lane. And that is exactly what Tribe wanted to do. Yes, they give up a very powerful Infernal Drake for this Wukong, for this Corki, for this Xayah, and even for the Fiora as well. However, at the other end of the rift, the 3-man engagement coming in from the blue team is going to be able to get the kill onto the Fiora. But now at the bottom side, with all the pressure that the Corki, with the Wukong, with the Braum, that are able to come in, they are able to get the kill onto the Alistar. Unbreakable will, I think, used, but not going to be enough. The blue team is going to lose their support player. They don't lose the tower, though. And so, all overall, I think this was a net positive play coming in from Tribe. Getting that top tower down, really stopping the momentum that the Fiora had tried to build up. The snowball melting very early on, getting sliced and diced away from the Garen, and then the Orianna coming in and just wrecking her day. So really nicely done, I think, coming in from Tigers and the rest of this blue team at the moment. Yes, Fairness was able to get that kill onto the Alistar, but how much is that really going to do in the grand scheme of things? The blue team has that tower down, and now they're looking to go for the bigger neutral objective in the Rift Herald.
Yep, and now obviously going for the standing gold, man. That's actually a really good strategy in the World of League. Whatever gold is remaining on the map, you go for it and you get advantage. Speaking of that, skirmish coming in the mid lane.
A lot of damage coming through. We get the Cyclone coming in from the Wukong onto the Alistar, and they're going to be able to catch the kill onto the Garen as well. The blue team was able to get the Rift Herald. Now the Braum caught out into a bad spot, but survives. The Corki trying to dive in onto the Orianna, not going to be able to get that kill. The Braum is extremely low, and the Kai'Sa going to use that Killer Instinct to get the double kill. We've got very low red team members on the way. The Orianna is going to get the kill onto the Xayah, and an overstay coming in from Fairness. They got the 2 kills. They tried to go for more. The Corki going in for that engagement, trying to be a hero. That is going to be disastrous for Fairness. Tribe able to get very, very much control of this game, being able to get that Kai'Sa several kills over there for the blue team. That ADC will love the extra advantages that provides. And at the end of the day, Dave, that was a really ambitious play coming in from Fearless, staying true to his name, but unfortunately, he's going to crash and burn.
Yeah, Fearless, despite the fact that, you can be Fearless spiritually, but then in actual execution of team fight, like, as a core carry position in the mid lane, it's not the ideal, decision to go in 1 versus 4. And now, obviously, I understand you want to zone people away, but then it's more important for a team just focused on one target. At the time when Fairness already took down 2 members from Tribes, including starting as well, including the mid laner, they should have backed away and looked for other objectives, looking at a mid lane tower, looking for the Rift Herald, instead of continue to force the team fight, which they already won. And because Fearless died right after, that kind of cost them the team fight. So, but it definitely, they're still in the game. Only 2,000 gold differences. I wouldn't say they're out at all. So it just all comes down to the next team fight and who's gonna get a next dragon coming out in 20 seconds.
Right, and I mean, we've been seeing these team fights coming in from Tribe. I definitely think, I mean, the Z1 trick, a beautiful Cyclone, going to be able to separate Tribe in that early game. And I mean, that's, I think, the big decision maker here. If Fairness comes back and looks at this game again, looking back and saying, okay, we got those kills. Yes, we didn't get the Rift Herald, but there was no need for us to continue to keep that momentum or to be keeping that team fight going. You had the Xayah, you had the Wukong extremely low. The Braum was on the verge of death for pretty much that entire team fight. And I mean, look at the momentum that one team fight has built up for Tribe. They dropped the Rift Herald in the mid lane. And I mean, we saw that game up against Washed Up. Or not Washed Up, but the game before that one where...
Black Camel Limit Testing.
Yeah, Black Camel Limit Testing, where I believe Limit Testing was able to get the Rift Herald, but they didn't go for the dragon immediately, and they weren't able to get that dragon. We just saw Tribe decide to say, okay, hey, I'm going to go for the dragon immediately, and they're going to be able to even out the dragon score.
Yeah, oh, mid lane, more skirmish coming in.
Nice knockup coming in from the Wukong, but it's not going to lead to much of anything just yet. As we get the teleport coming through, looks like the blue team going to be able to disengage. Nicely done there. Taking a look at items real quick. The Camille really wealthy right now at this point in the contest, being able to rotate around the jungle quite well. I mean, what's your opinion, Dave, on Camille jungle? How viable is it in Wild Rift, and how do you think that Tigers is performing with it right now?
Yeah, I think we'll touch up on it in the beginning. Whereas Camille is a champion, I think in rank as a solo jungle choice is not the best because Camille requires coordination with the team. Yes, she can lock people down with the ultimate. Her ganking potential is really good because her initiation is really good. She has like the Hextech ultimatum where she can lock you in. You can't do anything while being locked in. But it really requires team synergy. That's why you see Camille shine in a competitive scene. But in Camille rank game where you can't really rely on your randomized teammates to actually coordinate, then I don't think it's a high tier choice, still viable. And obviously T-Tiger being one of the top tier jungler in NA, he's doing a phenomenal job. He's not forcing a kill when he ults somebody, he's just going in, try to do as much damage as he can while he can. Oh, look at the damage to mid lane though.
That was huge. So much damage onto Traka on the Fairness ADC going to go down. Really nice Void Seeker coming in from the Kai'Sa, and the Orianna going to be able to pick up that kill with the ultimate or with the auto attack. And then it's going to be the Garen using that Demacian Justice in the bottom lane, going to be able to go 1v1 against the Fiora. It is not early game anymore, and Traka has Lust has lost that early game advantage. Garen is just so big once we move further into the matchup, and it doesn't matter how much damage Lust can potentially put on to the Garen with the healing, with the armor, with the ability that Garen has to be able to survive all of that damage. It's going to be Lust going down all alone in the solo lane, in the bottom lane. Blue team.
I think Team Tribes are just executing a really good strategy. Similar to the game that we've seen from before, Black Camel. Or speaking of before that, a little bit of skirmish coming in the mid lane.
Wow, a lot of damage coming in from that Aftershock. It's going to be the Braum trying to go in for the knockup. Going to be able to get the slow. Very nicely done coming in from the Braum, but will he be able to get out of that one? It's going to be the Camille getting a blue team double kill. A little bit more damage coming through, but not much else happening there. It is going to be a nice engage coming in from the Orianna, getting that Aftershock to go down.
Wow.
But like, yeah, what you were saying right there with Tribe, I mean, the coordination is just there. And they've been able to perform really well after that first team fight, and they've been able to continue to move their objectives up as they now get the Baron.
I think back to what I was saying regarding Tribe's strategy is similar to what Black Camel did. They're focused on the Fiora lane. Even though it doesn't matter how strong Fiora is, if you can bully Fiora a little bit early on, this champion is a split push king, but if you take that away from her, then all of a sudden she becomes irrelevant to the team, right? Because she doesn't really offer that much in the team fight. It's mainly just 100% split push. So, and that's exactly why Team Tribe decided to like give the first dragon away. They just didn't contest at all. As Inferno Dragon also, a lot of teams will consider that as a top priority, but they cautiously give that up and make sure to give Garen the advantage. Make sure Garen can get that first item, you know, and as once Garen get tanky, you saw what happened. Garen can one-on-one a Fiora, and when that happens, it's literally over. Game over for Fiora altogether.
And look at what a blue team is doing. Tribe is now going in onto the Corki in the bottom lane. Corki trying to get out of that one, but will not be able to survive. It is going to be a killing spree for the Kai'Sa, as well as the Orianna being able to get that kill in the mid lane against the Xayah. Very nicely done coming in from Tribe, and they've got Baron buff as well. They're going to be looking to go towards the bottom tier 3 inhibitor tower. The knockup coming in from the Braum. We're going to get a Cyclone coming in from the Wukong. But is it going to be enough? No. Wukong is going to go down. The Braum will now die. And that is going to do it. Tribe, 13 minutes into this game, is going to be able to secure this victory. Very nicely done. A solid game coming in from Tribe. And they're going to be able to be the last of our 4 quarterfinals teams here in the Birthday Bash tournament. Congratulations to Tribe and putting out the work, making it happen. And like you were talking about, Assassin Dave, it is a really good really good thing when you're able to deny the Fiora the early game advantages.
Yep.
And you saw the Garen and the Camille, the Alistar coming in, being able to get that kill onto the Fiora after the first blood. And then, like you were saying, Tribe making the conscious decision to give up a very lucrative Infernal Drake for a huge reward in the top lane. They were able to get that tier 1 turret to go down.
The tier 1 tower to kill the Fiora.
Yep, and all of it was super important because then after that, they were able to get to the Rift Herald and were able to then, snowball the game into their victory. So very nicely done.
Yeah, but still, big shout out to Team Fairness, though. I mean, Tribe is considered one of the strongest team in the North America region. Being able to pull off an even fight in the beginning, especially those mechanics, the Fiora, you saw what Fiora did 1 versus 2, staying alive, proccing 1 more weak points, and to get that heal. Like I said, if Alistar didn't come over here, this could have been really bad for Tribe. Because if Fiora got the advantage, I mean, this could have been a very different game altogether.
Right. I mean, you take a look at some of these team fights that are coming through, like, it was up until this point right here. This was the play that ended up costing Fairness the game. Because, you saw Fearless coming through, trying to get that kill onto the Camille. I mean, if they would have gotten the kill onto the Camille, that would have been a very good team fight for the red team. They would have been able to probably get the ace. But, I mean, at that point, you just get the Kai'Sa so far ahead. The Camille is so oppressive. Once she's in an advantage stage, she has the damage to back it up. We saw several solo kills with the Garen, with the Fiora, or the Garen against the Fiora, the Corki going down in the bottom lane, and just unfortunately for Fairness, the advantage is just continuing to rack up and forward for the blue team. So congratulations again to Tribe. But like you said, Fairness putting out the stops, putting in that effort, and almost being able to take back that game. We're going to take a quick break before we jump into our first semifinals matchups. Dave, I know you're excited, and we're going to be ready to jump into that one in just a few moments. We'll see you guys in just a bit.
Looking to be the next great Trovo caster? Apply today for the Trovo Titans Community Caster Program. We're looking for dedicated Trovers who want to boost their following by casting some of our community tournaments right from your own channel. We're rewarding our community with coveted Titan points in North America, Latin America, and Europe. Titan points can turn into cash at the end of the Trovo Titans series. You can earn Titan points 3 ways. Join our Discord and hang out with the community. Your engagement will earn you automatic points. Play in our free-to-play online tournaments. The more you play, the more points you earn. If you place well in the tournament, you'll get bonus points too. Be part of the fun and earn Titan points today. We'll see you on the leaderboards. Visit trovotitans.live/titanpoints for more info.
Are you streaming on Trovo yet? We're welcoming streamers to become part of our exciting and supportive community, no matter how big or small. It's easy to use, has fun features, and is especially great for mobile gaming. Streamers can receive subscriptions, gifts from fans, and many more cash rewards. New Trovers can earn up to $380. Just use referral code Trovo Titans. That's TROVOTITANS in the Creator Studio to become a Trovo streamer. It's time to level up and start streaming on Trovo.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Trovo Titans League of Legends Wild Rift Birthday Bash. My name is Thomas, and we are joined by Assassin Dave. We are now into our semi-finals matches here in today's bracket. And I mean, for you guys at home, for everyone that's watching, for these teams, this is a lot of money that's on the line. Our 4 teams that got eliminated in the first round, they're still going to be walking away with some money. $500 in each of those teams' pockets going to be coming in to all of those teams, coming in available for them. For these third place teams, as we look at the bracket right now, it's going to be Goons versus Black Camel, and then Washed Up versus Tribe. The 2 teams that get eliminated at this stage of the tournament are going to be making $750. I mean, that is a good chunk of change for playing just 2 games of Wild Rift. It's unheard of in the tournament scene, Dave, and I'm super excited to see who's going to be able to take these games.
Yeah, if you're going to use all that money to buy skins, that's 15 skins per player, for the people who lose this round. And for the people who already got eliminated, for participating in 1 game, everybody got 10 skins. $100 a piece. That's incredible. I almost was struggling while I was casting here. I should be playing.
Right. No, absolutely. I mean, it makes sense. As we take a look at our first of 2 semifinals matches, it's going to be Goons facing off against Black Camel. Now, Goons facing off in our first game didn't have the one-sided victory at first. It was definitely fairly even at the early stages of that game, and even into the mid game, it was a very slow burn for Goons, having one of our longest games in the quarterfinals matchup. But Black Camel putting in that work, absolutely dominant, and they were able to get into this semifinals matchup easily. As we get ourselves ready to jump into this one, I mean, they're already going through the picks and bans. Wukong and Camille going to get banned from Goons, and then Zaya and Ziggs are going to be taken away.
Being banned 100%.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Ziggs has been banned 100%. Wukong has been extremely important for a lot of these teams.
Yep.
And not having that available. But Camille, I mean, obviously showing in that work, putting in a lot of work in that last game. I'm very excited to see what the blue team is going to be able to do as we get maybe a little bit of a spicy pick coming in from Black Camel. The mid laner looking at that Aurelion Soul. Are we going to see that? We are seeing that happen. That is going to be a really fun tournament. As we can take a look, I've got Assassin Dave in here. I've got him on the Weatherman channel right here. I'm like talking about it. I'm talking about Assassin Dave. He's going to be making it rain right here in studio. Dave, it has been so much fun to be able to cast for you today. And look at that. We got Joey coming in, making an appearance as well. Really glad to have you, Dave.
Yes, sir. I'm super excited for this match. I think both teams are playing extremely well, and obviously, I was super surprised by Asami's Janna. I mean, that Janna performance in the last match was incredible. So now they're coming in again. So just one trick Janna so far, and I can't wait how his Janna pull up against Team Goons.
Right, exactly. And so we saw Janna put in a lot of work, or we saw Asami put in a lot of work for Black Camel in that last game. Definitely playing a champion that can be that playmaker. I'm excited to see what that means for Black Camel moving forward. I mean, Janna, like we saw in these last couple of games, her roaming potential in the early game, to be able to get that knock-up for that Monsoon is extremely strong as well. And so very, very good performance coming through as we get a couple of very, I don't want to say similar champions coming in from both these teams, but we've been seeing kind of the same champions coming in. The Gragas picked and banned 100%. The Fiora picked and banned 100%. And both going to be available for Goons in this game. I'm very excited to see what that means for them. I mean, they got a really strong global ultimate in Destiny for a Twitch or for Hoon coming in for that Twisted Fate. And then Ezreal Braum, a really strong dual lane in the bottom. It's going to be really interesting to see whether or not Goons is going to be able to use that to their advantage and get themselves into that team fight position and be able to potentially, have that Fiora still work in the top lane to be able to get that split pushing potential coming through.
Go ahead.
I was just about to ask you, what are your thoughts about Black Camel's jungle pick with that Vi, and then having Jarvan in the top lane against that Fiora? Very interesting to see.
Yeah, that is actually the first time I see Jarvan on a Baron lane in any competitive scene as well. A very, very untraditional pick. And this time, once again, we have Lemont on the Gragas. I think the same play he did in game 1. Right, just rotating to the top side and then try to put a little bit of pressure onto the top lane. Make sure that the Zello really have a good time sitting in his lane, controlling that lane. Because once you have the Baron lane, the furthest lane controlled, I think it does give you a lot of map pressure. That lane can decide to continue split push or come to the team fight, give yourself a number advantage. Now the Dragon is coming up, and it seems like it's not even coming up, and we already have a double recall from bottom side, and maybe a team Black Camel's looking to buy some items to extend their control on the bottom side, but so far it's been pretty even. Mid lane though, Hoon does have a lane advantage. So he already burned the flash from Meal on the Aurelion Soul. So maybe we can see some gank on the mid lane since the Aurelion Soul does not have the flash anymore.
Right, but he will have that up momentarily. Dragon spawning very soon, but not quite just yet. So that flash is going to be available for that potential team fight, for that Infernal Drake. But like we were talking about, I mean, with the Gragas, with LeBlanc going in for the Krugs in the top lane, good play coming in. I wanna really shout out Aloy and the decision to put that ward where the Krugs are at. He knew that the Gragas was there. He knew that the disengage was happening, and so, or he knew that that was going to potentially be in a situation for him, and so he was able to make sure that he was going to be safe from that. He knew where the Gragas was going to be, and he knew when he was going back. So he was able to push forward and really didn't give Fiora that little bit of an advantage. Like I was talking about in that last game, it's not about beating the Fiora. If you beat the Fiora, it could be potentially GG for your team, but it's about making sure that you don't get the Fiora in the lead. As we see a potential engage coming in, maybe the Vi is going to come through. We get the Vault Breaker getting used. Cataclysm is going to come in from the Fiora, or from the Jarvan, and it's going to be Fiora burning everything to get away. Had Assault and Battery been able to connect for Sark and Black Camel, the blue team would have lost their top laner and probably the tower. So a very, very strong disengage coming in from Zello, and that is so worth it because now the Vi is nowhere close to being there for that dragon, but Goons is not being able to get it quickly enough. Oh, that is huge for Black Camel. They were able to get it back. They did lose the leash onto the dragon, and now we got ourselves a very important team fight. The knockup misses from the Braum. The Vi is going to be able to take the dragon. The Gragas is not going to be able to get it. The Janna with a nice tornado onto onto the Twisted Fate. The Braum is going to go down, as well as the Gragas. And that was disastrous for Goons. It looked really good, but Sark able to get down into that bottom lane so quickly to be able to get that dragon.
Yeah, wherever a good play, really good play from Black Camel, picking out the dragon where it's left out and dishing out a lot of tower damage in mid lane. But at the same time, you see Fiora, Zello on the Fiora was never, he didn't plan to rotate, and he didn't rotate at all, right? He just stayed in the lane and get a standing tower, the first tier 1 tower. And I can't stress like how important it is to secure the first tower. In fact, usually we see people get a first tower when they get a first Rift Herald. But now, when you have the rotation, when you have the Baron lane as a team fighter champion like J4, you're going to see Fiora stay in lane, just continue to put lane pressure. Because once this champion is farmed, again, you're going to see a monster in the lane. That's someone you cannot ignore, but by that time, it might be too late for you to send just 1 or 2 or even 3 people. You might send more just to try to contain this Fiora. So I wouldn't say anyone come off on top. Exactly, if you look at Team Goose, they're actually still ahead on gold, even though lost 2 kills and lost a dragon as well.
Right, and I mean that's a very important. That's a really good point that you brought up, Dave. Like it is really important for these players and for Goons in that play to get something in return. Yes, they lost the dragon. I mean, had they gotten that dragon, it would have been big for them. But they lost the Dragon and they lost those 2 kills. But Dragon does not provide any gold, like any substantial gold. A little bit of experience, but no gold. That turret, however, does. And the Fiora was able to get solo gold, solo EXP in the top lane. And you're already seeing Black Camel go in for the initiation. The Jarvan off screen is going to be able to take down the Ezreal. That is a huge death for this red team in the bottom lane. The Ezreal not there. And it's going to be the blue team now looking to potentially go in for the engage. The Monsoon from the Janna going to be able to help for a disengage a little bit, but the Vi does not have Assault and Battery to get onto the Gragas, but the Gragas does go down. The Flash is not going to go over the cliff for the Janna, and it is going to be the Janna going down. It's going to be the Fiora so close, and a Cathian Rain will pour down on the Nemasian Duelist. The red team is going to come out on top in that one really strong for Black Camel. No, they did not get the Rift Herald, but more importantly, they denied Goons the Rift Herald. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. Fiora being able to get that top tier 1 tower, making it so easy for Goons to potentially get that Rift Herald. The Gragas immediately going up there, trying to get pressure for this Fiora. The Fiora not dying in the top lane. That should have been the Rift Herald for Goons, but instead, not only does Black Camel get the Dragon because of that failed gank in the, or because of the engage coming in from Black Camel and the Vi being able to get down there quickly enough, but with Ezreal dying in the bottom lane, that is your ADC, your attack damage carry, not there for that fight. And Black Camel was able to take that 5v4 advantage and add another 3 kills to their play. Huge opportunities now for Black Camel, getting themselves 3,000 gold in the lead, getting the first 2 neutral objectives in there as well. And they're going to be looking for the 3rd in that Mountain Drake here very shortly.
What can I say? We put a bunch of top players in an egg together. Apparently, they can pull up a team and can fight the Goon, who obviously is even with Team Tribes. The top teams in an A, the competitive scene is getting better and better. I cannot be happier to see this, to be honest, even though personally I'm a big fan of everybody on Team Hoon, but I'm also a big fan of everybody on Team Black Camel. So what a great show they're pulling for us so far. And now you can see Black Camel is on the 2nd Dragon. Again, it doesn't seem like any contest is gonna go over there. They try to stop the bleed and try to get as much gold as they can. And the second Dragon will go to Team Black Camel again.
Right, and I mean, you saw already, I mean, Destiny going to be used by Hoon to try to maybe go for that tier 1 tower in the mid lane, but instead it could be another play for Black Camel. We're going to get the ultimate from the Aurelion Soul, trying to get that knockback in on to Charm, but unfortunately it will not land. The Braum is going to be able to escape, and the blue team are going to be able to survive that. But another play where they don't get anything in return for Black Camel being able to get an objective. They were able to get the, they were able to keep that mid lane tower alive. I mean, a wolf's breath coming in from Black Camel onto Goon's mid lane tower is going to be able to take the kill onto the mid lane tower and the top tier 1 tower here for Goons. So Black Camel could potentially lose 2 towers in just a matter of moments as Jarvan takes the one in the middle lane. Yes, the blue team is able to take that tower down in the bottom lane, but now we're going to see maybe an engage coming in on the red team. The Kai'Sa going to be using Killer Instincts, and it's going to be the Twisted Fate going down as well as the Braum. It is a Black Camel double kill, and it's going to be the Kai'Sa going unstoppable. 5 of the 8 kills for Black Camel going towards the red team ADC. That is a huge issue that Goons is going to have to solve.
Yep, you got a Kai'Sa fan. I mean, she's one of those champions that can 1 versus 5. Kai'Sa's mobility with the ultimate, with the shield, and obviously just everything about her kit just does way too much damage late game. That's why you don't want to give her skill. That's why Kai'Sa works so well with champion like Janna, because the whole point of early game is just give her the protection where she can stay alive and continue to farm. Once you get those power spikes, those core items, those skills evolved, it's GG WP time. And that's exactly it. In mid lane, the tower was low. They knew that. I think it's a tiny mistake from Goon's side to actually defend that at all. They should have just let that tower go. The tower was 1 shot away anyways. So they were standing there trying to defend the tower, because mid-tier 1 tower is really important, but it's not as important if you're going to, you know, give up 2 more kills on top of it. So So they could have just given it up, but definitely Goon's still not out of this game because they do have the insane Braum Israel combo on top of Twisted Fate, one of the scaling monsters into late game. So yeah, this is getting spicier and spicier.
Right, and you're absolutely right. Like, I mean, Goons is not out of this contest. It is a 3.5 or a 4.5 thousand gold advantage for Black Camel at this point in the contest. 11 minutes into the game, I mean, that is still, you know, noteworthy for Black Camel. I mean, there's seven kills in the lead as we now get a potential engage onto the Jarvan, get to try to go for that Lance and the Cataclysm. The re-engage coming through. We're getting a nice knockup coming in from the Braum. A little bit of damage onto the Jarvan, and it is going to be the Vi being able to take down the Twisted Fate, who gets caught out trying to help. Not even going to be able to use Destiny there to be able to escape. And another good engagement and another good play coming in from Black Camel. Going to be able to get the kill not only onto the Twisted Fate, but also the Braum as well. I mean, these engagements coming in from Goons have not been working out. I mean, at this point, with Goons trying to do what they can to go for that initiation, to try to force a play, nothing has been working out. And now, I mean, it was a 4,500 gold lead. Now it's a 7,000, almost 7,000 gold lead at this point in the contest. Another tower going to go down in the bottom lane, and that's going to be the inhibitor tower going down as well. And so shout-outs coming in for Black Camel. Before that fight happened, I wanted to point something out that actually probably attributed to that, and that was the vision that Black Camel had in Goon's jungle. They were able to see that engage coming through. Are they going to be able to get anything else? It looks like we are going to get a disengage. But Dave, I mean, what's the win condition for Goons now? They're behind by 7,000 gold. Your Ezreal isn't really that fed. Your Fiora's not able to move forward. Like, what's the play here?
I mean, truly, I think stop going on Jarvan. Jarvan is a building tank. Because if you take a look at item again, that's why they failed to go on him over and over again. Like, he also built Gargoyles enchant, like a tank boots. Oh, here it comes once again. Vi.
Nice knockup coming in from the Braum to try to go for the disengage, but it is not enough. And it will be the Braum, the support player, going down. A nice E coming in from Gume to be able to get away from that Cataclysm. The Jarvan only getting the Ezreal in that dome. So he is able to escape. The red team isn't able to really push forward any further. But there is going to be the Baron on the table. We could potentially see them go for that if they wanted to. The Blue Sentinel getting attacked, so they're going to be able to get that one down. And now we're going to see whether or not the Vi is able to get that kill onto LeBlanc. It is not going to happen. But again, like, we're seeing this Braum and we're seeing this Gragas. I mean, there's supposed to be that front line, very oppressive team coming through for the blue team. To be able to go in for that initiation, to be able to give that Ezreal that room to deal that damage, to be able to land those Mystic shots, to be able to get that damage on for that True Shot Barrage, and for the Twisted Fate to be able to go in, pick a card, to be able to get that a really big single target damage potentially. We're not really seeing that happen for Goons. We're seeing that ultimate from Charm getting used defensively to try to go for those disengages. And unfortunately for them, like, they're on the back burner right now. And I don't know what the initiation is going to have to be for Goons to be able to get this game back under control. Because so far, the initiations that they've gone for have not worked out.
Yeah, and they're lacking a lot of damage. The Twisted Fate is not able to farm efficiently. Neither has Israel being able to farm anything at all. So that, and those are the two damage dealers. Fiora has been split pushing the whole game. You can see, like, he actively avoided any team fights. So even though, and on top of it, Gragas is built full tank. So they really have no damage at all at this point. Even if they engage on somebody, it's gonna take a while for them to kill that person, which give their opposition a lot of opportunity. Speaking of opportunity, here it comes one more time.
Another Cataclysm going to come through. It's going to catch the Braum and the Gragas out of it. And it's going to be the Gragas going down as well as the Braum. Aurelion Sol is going to go on a killing spree. And now it is time for Zello to say goodnight. He's going to go down. All that's left is Gume and Hoon. The carry's able to get out of that one to potentially defend the Nexus. But they are not going to be able to stop Black Camel from being able to get themselves into an almost 10,000 gold advantage. They will get themselves into a 10,000 gold game. They're going to try to go for it. Won't be able to get the kill onto anybody. The red team will slay Baron Nashor. And now, potentially, Black Camel is going to be able to go for the Ezreal as well. He's going to try to get away using that E, but it's not going to matter. It's going to be the ultimate getting used by Meal to be able to get the kill onto the Ezreal, and the red team, Black Camel, going to be able to get Baron and an ace to be able to potentially close this game out.
Yep, they're coming in strong, man. They're coming in ready. They're ready to pull on the show. A new king might be crowned today, actually, in the North America competitive scene. Looking the way how they play, they truly understand their composition. Meals has been just out of his mind right now. He's playing insanely well on the Aurelion Sol. Like, this is a debut for Aurelion Sol in this tournament, and he's doing so well. The way he's able to position and to pick out the low HP targets is absolutely incredible. And on top of it, Louis on the J4, apparently he's building tank, like I said. So looks like Baron lane, if you just get a bruiser or tank and you build tank with it, bruiser or tank heroes, champions, and you build tank with it, it's insane. And it's proven to be doing that. Doesn't matter if it's a Garen, if it's a Gragas, or you can go with J4, apparently.
Right, and I mean, and shout outs again to Black Camel. I mean, their warding has been phenomenal, especially in the bottom side of the Rift. As they go in for another engage, they're going to try to get the kill onto the Braum, but instead it's the Gragas that goes down. Cataclysm going to be used as that engage tool. And yet again, Black Camel getting whatever fight they want. They're going to be able to get the red Bramble back as well. They're going to be able to get the Elder Drake coming in as another play coming through. Or is that the Ocean Drake? Pardon me, the Ocean Drake.
Elder Ocean Drake?
Yep, Elder Ocean Drake is going to come down, and it is going to be the blue team being in a now 12,000 gold deficit. There's the dead Gragas lying drunker on the floor. Not going to be able to do much of anything to support the red team or to support the blue team at this point. We're going to get the ultimate getting used by the Aurelion Sol to try to get some damage coming through. A lot of advantages and a lot of ability coming in from Black Camel, and that will do it. Congratulations to Black Camel. They are going to be advancing into the finals of our Trovo Titans Birthday Bash tournament.
Wow.
Very nicely done. David, you've been talking about how strong Goons are, and they were soundly defeated in that contest.
Yes, sir. I mean, that actually to a surprise of me and a lot of viewers in the chat. Definitely big shout out to Black Camel, like I said, underdog coming in and pulling the fight of the season. You know, the execution, the objective, the understanding. This is where like, they give up the tower, you could say, consciously on the top side to Fiora, and then taking the dragon because they know their team comp have to win on team fights, and that's exactly what they did. They focus on objective, force an enemy into a corner where they have to take a team fight that they cannot win, and sure enough, they walked away with a win against Team Goons. Really, really well done.
Right, I mean, you look at the kills, look at the deaths, look at this team fight right here. The Jarvan, unable to go down, will survive engagement after engagement onto him. Did well against Zello and the Fiora in the top lane. And I mean, overall, like very, very good engagements coming in from a Black Camel. That first Rift Herald with Ezreal going down in the bottom lane, not able to be there for that fight. The Monsoons coming in from Asami have been clutch. We just saw her knock away and separate the blue team in that fight. It just all works out, and it all boiled down to whether or not Goons was able to get the engage that they wanted, and they never got it at all. Very nicely done coming in from Black Camel. They're going to be guaranteed at least $1,500 as a second place team here in this contest. A nice chunk of change. Goons is still going to walk away with $750 in their pockets. So nicely done for them. Congratulations for that third place finish. But now, does Black Camel have what it takes to go up against the winner of our next semifinals matchup? We're going to find out momentarily as we get ourselves into that game in just a moment. We're going to take a quick break and we're going to be right back for our next semifinals matchup. Stay tuned.
Looking to be the next great Trovo caster? Apply today for the Trovo Titans Community Caster Program. We're looking for dedicated Trovers who want to boost their following by casting some of our community tournaments right from your own channel. We're rewarding our community with coveted Titan points in North America, Latin America, and Europe. Titan points can turn into cash at the end of the Trovo Titans series. You can earn Titan points 3 ways. Join our Discord and hang out with the community. Your engagement will earn you automatic points. Play in our free-to-play online tournaments. The more you play, the more points you earn. If you place well in the tournament, you'll get bonus points too. Be part of the fun and earn Titan points today. We'll see you on the leaderboards. Visit trovotitans.live/titanpoints for more info.
Are you streaming on Trovo yet? We're welcoming streamers to become part of our exciting and supportive community, no matter how big or small. It's easy to use, has fun features, and is especially great for mobile gaming. Streamers can receive subscriptions, gifts from fans, and many more cash rewards. New Trovers can earn up to $380. Just use referral code TrovoTitans. That's TROVOTITANS in the Creator Studio to become a Trovo streamer. It's time to level up and start streaming on Trovo.
I am Thomas, and I am joined live by Assassin Dave. Assassin Dave, my goodness, how have you enjoyed this bracket so far, my friend?
It's been absolutely a fun ride, incredible ride. It's been a joy ride. I cannot wait for the continuation of the ride. So the next up, we have Tribe versus Team Washed Up. Yeah, I'm friends with all these players, so I cannot wait for newly formed teams going against a powerhouse, like the Tribe. So what's gonna happen? We shall find out.
I have no clue, to be honest with you, because, I mean, we just saw Black Camel being able to take on Goons, will be able to get himself into the finals there, and be able to get themselves almost the maximum amount of Titan points that they are able to get out of this tournament. And with the Titan points pool wrapping up in about a month, it is going to be extremely important for both of these teams to be able to get, or for all of our players and for you guys watching this game, to get every single point that you can. As you take a look at the leaderboard, it is neck and neck and neck and neck and neck between the first 5 members of the leaderboard on this, or on the Titan points leaderboard here today. And it is so important for a lot of these players to be able to get this opportunity, to be able to not only show off Trovo and get these Titan points, but then also, regardless of how they perform in these games and how much money they win or whatever it is that they're looking for, they're still going to be able to get money out of the Titan points bracket. The prize pool ending June 30th, and the top 10 Titan point contributors or Titan point leaders are going to be able to split a $1,500 prize pool, and that's huge for a lot of these players and for a lot of people. I mean, $1,500 is still a good chunk of money, and anyone can earn Titan points. You can hang out on the Discord and be awesome there. You can be awesome and compete even better to gain more points through the tournament, and the best, winning these tournaments, being able to perform well, will be able to net you even more Titan points in these games. So if you guys want to get in on the action, if there is still time for you to be able to get back onto the leaderboard and get those Titan points, be sure to follow at Trovo Titans. And if you want to know more about it, visit trovotitans.live. Dave, I know that you're extremely familiar with Trovo and what they've been able to do. There have been a lot of tournaments that have been coming through. I mean, as you can see on the calendar, a couple of more tournaments there and available. What are you looking forward to? What do you look forward to as a Trovo streamer?
I mean, I cannot wait to get involved with more and more of these events and Trovo Titan events. If you have not signed up for all those tournaments, have not joined the Discord community, or use the link trovotitans.live, make sure you go ahead and do that to get yourself around the scene, because Trovo has been known to do the most amount of community tournaments for the entire League of Legends Wild Rift community as well, and they have the biggest prize pools, most amount of hype. So if you're looking to get yourself really involved in the most competitive and the fruitful events, to be honest, make sure to stay tuned, to stay in the circle.
Absolutely. And I mean, I want to emphasize that again. Dave, you have been a fantastic community member for a while now within the scene, and I mean, it's so fantastic that you're here, representing, what it means to be a community streamer and somebody that, wants to give back and show other players and other viewers what you can do with that, or with the platform that you have. So we really do appreciate you, and we appreciate you giving that support as well. And as we talk about support, Washed Up and Tribe are going to need all the support that they can get. So go ahead, if you guys think that Washed Up is going to be able to win this game, go ahead and press 1 in the chat. They are definitely going to be the underdogs in this game, but they performed really well against Mayhem. Tribe having a little bit of a hiccup in the early game against Fairness, but they are a team to beat. If you think that we're going to get another upset in here, go ahead and press 1 in the chat for Washed Up. Press 2 in the chat for Team Tribe if you think that they have this game in the bag. Let's go ahead and jump into the pick ban phase. Already we're seeing Camille selected.
Yeah, as much as I like Tribe, I still had to root for the underdog here. So my vote goes to Team Washed Up. Go pull up a big show for us. Everybody's rooting for y'all, so Let's see what it's gonna take. And obviously, first pick Camille, like you said, Fiora Akali being banned. Fiora first time coming to ban today. Finally, people are recognizing, yeah, this character need to be gone.
Right. I mean, we saw the Graugustine getting taken care of. We saw the Fiora getting taken care of. They have been mainstays that have been able to get through the ban phase for both of these teams. As we see the Lee Sin potentially getting hovered, I would love to see a Lee Sin. That would be huge, but it doesn't look like we're going to get that. It's going to be a Diana first, and then maybe a Lee Sin. Yes, we're going to get some Lee Sin, some Blind Monk action coming in from Lars. That is going to be extremely fun. But I want to point something out from Tribe. We are seeing the Braum Kaisa matchup coming through. I mean, in terms of duo lanes that have been able to perform really well, Braum Kaisa up there within, you know, that top tier of combinations in the bottom lane. But looking back at today's tournament, every single game that Braum has played, his ultimates have not been used to initiate. They have not been able to be used offensively. It has always been an attempt at a disengage tool, at an ability to kind of stop the bleeding in a team fight. We have not seen Braum win yet. And so Tribe is going to be taking that out, trying to be able to potentially be the first team to use Braum successfully to win.
Excellent.
I don't know. I'm very curious to see, because Washed Up, they have got themselves a powerhouse of a team.
Yeah. So, I mean, Tribe definitely want to show us what textbook Braum looks like. To be honest, I think when the team picked Braum, Braum's the strongest at level 1. You know, when he got that passive, he's so much more ahead compared to any other support, like hero, champions available in the game. So we have Braum that can land a skill 1 or do a passive on 1 or 2 characters that might just result in first blood. Braum actually have one of the highest first blood ratio in the entire game. So I wonder if they can take that team composition and invade at level 1, do a 4-man invade, if you kind of predict where the jungler is and really just crush the jungle starting at minute 0. So, I mean, that can be something that happened. We shall find out. At the same time, I mean, for their opposition here, Washed Up, they are pretty strong as well. You have Lee Sin, you know, and you have Rakan. So you cannot just ignore the amount of quad control the other side can retaliate with. Still, I think we might possibly see a level 1 invade.
Right, and I mean, that's something that we want to bring up. I mean, Braum's passive, one of the best in the early game, kind of elaborating on what that is. It gives the player that gets that pass, or if the Braum is able to land an auto attack or a Q on 2, or IQ, a basic ability 1. I'm League of Legends slipping there for a second. But if Braum is able to land an ability or an auto attack onto a champion and then lands an up to 4 auto attacks, that's a stun on the player that gets that mark. And that is a huge CC tool in the early game that the blue team or that the red team is going to potentially utilize. We didn't get to see that level 1 invade. It looks like we're just getting more of a classic engagement coming in from Tribe. I do have that Wukong in the top lane, going to be going for that immediate full clear. A little bit behind the Lee Sin. And Washed Up is now looking to potentially go for an engage in the middle lane. The Lee Sin is there. The Diana is hovering. And they are going to go in onto the Corki. Corki being dealt a lot of damage and will have to heal up. Will barely be able to get out of that one. That was close, but no cigar there for Washed Up. I mean, at the end of the day, the Wukong was a little bit in the lead in terms of running towards his blue buff and the top side of the jungle. He's going to be just fine. He's so slippery. And now we're going to be potentially seeing a team fight up in the top tier, top river, as we get the Braum coming in, being that oppressive support player. We're getting a little bit of viewing of the Xayah in the bottom lane, but now we're going to see a potential engage coming through. A lot of damage potentially coming in onto the Corki, but it's going to be the Lee Sin being able to use that engagement, and then that disengage coming in from the safeguard. Diana being extremely low, but will be able to get out of that one. And so for now, it's going to be Washed Up being able to stay even with Tribe in terms of Scuttle Crab, but we're getting engaged onto the Diana. The flash is going to, or the Wukong, the flash is going to come through. Tribe trying to get those Krugs, and now he's going to go down. It's going to be Washed Up getting first blood.
Good job. It's a tiny mistake, to be honest, from Tribe's side. I don't know why they decided to go 2 versus 4 invading the Krugs. It's not that important. And that opened up more invade potential from Yikes right here on the Lee Sin. He's the one more all attack from the passive. He's not able to flash away to safety. I do want to point out when Lee Sin put a level 1 gank on starting in the mid lane on Corki, he didn't actually use flash or shield. So I was saying like, yeah, he actually got away barely, but then he still had the 2 summoners already. So he was able to like actually make some plays if they continue to dive him. So luckily, Yikes did not dive, and which could have been a big mistake if they did. But so far it's looking pretty good for both teams actually. Even though the Washup does get first blood, still the total goals have been completely even. And I cannot see who's gonna win the next team fight yet, because both sides have some really strong picks for team fights.
Right, and I mean, like, early game advantages, definitely, I think, going towards Washed Up. You've got that Xayah, you've got the Camille. Ultimates are now online for pretty much everybody except for the support players for both teams. The Corki's still in the lead in terms of experience-wise against the Diana in the mid lane, with the Rakan there in mid lane as well, kind of soaking up a little bit of EXP. The Darius, we haven't really even been talking about the Darius, a huge lane bully in the top lane to go up against that Camille. It's a fairly even matchup, I would say, but it's going to be interesting to see whether or not Washed Up is able to get this first dragon. I don't know if it's going to be something that Washed Up or Tribe really going to necessarily need in the early game. Lee Sin is going to go there immediately by trying to start for it. We'll see if he does decide to go for it. The Xayah actually extremely low. Be able to heal up a little bit, is able to survive just barely, having to use all summoner spells, and with that, that does give priority over to Tribe. And now they're going to be able to potentially go for the dragon as well. Dave, I don't know. I mean, that's a big play for Tribe. Washed Up, not being able to really go up against this.
Looking to steal this.
See the engage coming through. Wukong is going to be able to get the Cyclone and get the kill onto the dragon. And it's going to be the Lee Sin going down the safeguard, not able to get out of that one. And the blue team Washed Up is now getting washed away. It's going to be 4 members of the red or the blue team dying, or 3 members of the blue team dying. A 3-1 kill score now in this contest. No, a 4-1 kill score, with the Wukong and the Braum being able to go forward and dive on to the Xayah, able to get that kill.
I mean, this is the thing about Corki pick. At level 4, at minute 4, he's gonna get a power spike, right? Because of the package. And that's exactly what happened. So starting get the package and able to force the dragon without any worry, because they know Corki has a package. If they want to come into the team fight, Corki's gonna demolish everybody, or at least, you know, give themselves a huge team fight or terrestrial advantage. And that's exactly what happened. Despite they wanted to steal that, I don't think they should put in that many members. Maybe just let Lee Sin go in. Because if Diana goes in, there's no return. When Diana engage something, you need to finish off, either with her death or somebody else dying, right? Or when team fight has the end, because she cannot get out. So that's exactly what happened. They should just have Lee Sin steal the dragon. If they can't steal it, then let it be. Oh, bottom tower though.
A lot of damage coming in onto the Lee Sin, and a huge E coming in from the Darius. The basic ability 3 going to be able to pull the Lee Sin in, but he is able to survive the Diana, the Rakan, and the Xayah all there in time. But with so many members committed to the bottom lane, Tribe saying, all right, you're going to try to go for the bottom side of the Rift. We are going to go for the Rift Herald. Going to be able to get that second neutral objective down 20 seconds after it spawns. Very nicely done coming in from Tribe. I mean, recognizing all the resources that were put into the bottom lane. They tried to get that tower down early on, but they're not able to get it. Tribe is going to be able to get themselves the Rift Herald out of that one. It does look like the Xayah and the Rakan are going to be able to get that tier 1 tower to go down. They are going to be able to get that first turret gold to go in as well. But with 3 members of the red team now up in the top lane, they're going to be able to get that tier 1 tower to go down. So it's going to be 1-1. And I don't think red team had to use the Rift Herald to do that. So Tribe still has that available to even go for the mid lane. And they're going to be able to do it right now. Wukong maybe looking to go in for the dive.
Yeah, they have the Rift Herald. Lee Sin right now, if Lee Sin's put behind, it really put a team like between a rock and hard place. Because Lee Sin's a champion that doesn't really skill very well, and then his team fight, he's more for a pick. Right? His engage is kind of awkward, especially in uber crowded team fights, where Monkey's engage is very straightforward, huge knockup, huge AoE knockup, and he can do that twice. So right now, I mean, for Team Washed Up, I don't see a way out for them because they're already 5,000 gold behind, and a Tribe is gonna skill better and better. They got Corki, they got Kaisa, and then what can we say about Darius, right? I mean, it's just team fight monster at this point.
Right, I mean, with that Noxie and Guillotine that is available, that execution, that he can potentially survive, the healing innately that he has. I mean, the blue team Washed Up, I mean, at the end of the day, you've got a really good early game potential that is going to come through, and unfortunately for Washed Up, they lost the early game. Yes, they got the first blood onto the Wukong trying to go in for those Krugs, but they weren't able to add into that advantage. They weren't able to get themselves that tower early in the bottom lane, and they had to disengage onto that dragon. And so it means that Tribe was able to just kind of coast through the first 4, 5, 6 minutes of the game. And now you've got the Corki that is extremely strong with that Rocket Barrage. I mean, you've got the Braum that is now, I mean, in a lead position. He's going to be able to use that ultimate offensively now. As we get the Dragon already down to half health. Nice knock-up going to come through. And then the Cyclone onto several members as well. The Rakan is going to go for the Charm, but it is not enough. It's going to be a red team double kill. A triple kill for the Corki. Do we see anything else happening? There's no one else to kill. The Lee Sin is going to go down. The Camille not even going to participate. Going to leave immediately once she sees the Darius. And man, Dave, like you were saying, like, is there a way out for Washed Up? Are they at this point washed up in this game? I don't know what their win condition is now. You've got a really fed Kaisa. You've got an extremely potent Darius. The Braum is able to engage and has diving buddies with the Darius, with the Kaisa, with the Wukong, with the Corki even. And everyone getting in the lead, every lane doing well. I'm not sure what the win condition is for Washed Up. Right now, it is Tribe's game to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're absolutely right on that aspect, because at this point, Diana is a champion, is a full dive. So she even had problem wave clear, because you have to get a melee range just to clear the minion waves. And when you can't clear waves, it's very little chance for you to defend turrets. And when you don't have much chance to defend turrets, the game is very easily snowballed. And that's exactly what happened. They cannot find a very decisive engage, in which they should have, because they do have Diana. They should be looking for engages. But still, I just think Tribe just outdrafted them. The Corki pick with the package at the right time before each dragon. It's just has been proven so good for them. Here it comes, one more team fight.
Another nice engage. A lot of damage actually coming in onto the red team. A very nice Hextech ultimatum. A good dragon kick coming in from Yikes, but unfortunately, the wallet just smacked down. It doesn't matter how much gold you have when every member of Tribe has diamond hands. They're just way too strong, and they're able to get themselves not only an extra 3 kills, but then also Baron Nashor himself is going to be giving Tribe that purple buff. It is going to be such a strong playmaking tool that is available for the blue team, or for the red team. The blue team refusing to surrender, but they know at this point that this game is inevitably going to go into Tribe's favor. It is a 13,000 gold snowball. I mean, Wild Rift as a game not really meant as there's not really a lot of room for comebacks at this point in the contest. The only member dying was that first blood for the Wukong. Look at the Braum. Look at that KDA, 0, 0, and 10. The Corki 5, 0, and 4. The Wukong 3, 1, and 7. There are 3 members of Tribe's team that have 10 out of 11 kill participation. That is huge roaming and team fight ability that Tribe has been able to use in this game. A little bit of knockup coming through. Tribe is going to use that Cyclone for the Wukong, but not going to be able to get anything out of that first one. But the second knockup is going to come through. Diana's going to go down. The dive is going to continue, and Tribe is going to win this game, being able to dominate for the Kaisa. Wow, really nicely done coming in from the red team. Immediately coming into the game hot and spicy. They're going to be able to get the ace and win this game. Congratulations to Tribe. Nicely done from Washed Up to be able to get it this far, but unfortunately, the power, the ability that Tribe is able to produce in these games is just too much to handle, and it's going to be Tribe being able to take that victory. Very nicely done coming in from the red team to be able to get that win and secure themselves that victory there.
Really good execution from the entire team Tribe here. Obviously, they play really aggressive and then leverage. I think the most important thing, the leverage core cage package super duper well. And whenever you have that, it just kind of gives you a free way in a team fight. That's why Corki is strong. And that's when we have Diana comps. It's very important that you are ahead of your opponent on objective. So you camp them in the bush, you wait for them to arrive, and you land those engage ahead of your enemy. Because if you let them to claim certain territories in the match and then you try to go back in with the package available on the Corki, it's almost impossible. And then we have seen that in this game over and over again. Every time trying to contest the Corki with the package, just free loss. They get stuck in the package and they just die. So a good game for Tribes. Now we have our grand finalists.
Yep, it is going to be Tribes being able to get themselves into grand finals. They are guaranteed at least $1,500 for a second place finish, and they're going to be facing off against Black Camel, an underdog in this tournament, going to be able to come back and potentially get themselves a win. But that is going to be a very interesting matchup for sure. But looking at what Tribe was able to do in this game, I mean, from the very beginning, able to get themselves into a good spot, and then like you were saying, once the Corki is able to get the package, once the ability that the blue team had or red team had at the very beginning of the game to be able to get that early dragon, once the early game was concluded, there was really nothing that Washed Up was able to do. And it's going to be a victory for the blue or for the red team, for Tribe in this game. Very nicely done. Before we cut to break, I mean, Tribe, just quick prediction. Who do you think is going to win this one? Do you think it's going to be Black Camel or do you think it's going to be Tribe?
I mean, if I want to go for if I'm betting for prizes, I would say Tribe. But again, I'm betting for Tribe and I'm rooting for Black Camel.
There you go. There you go. I mean, there you have it, folks. It is going to be an exciting matchup for sure. We're going to be back for that matchup momentarily, so stay tuned. It's going to be an exciting grand finals matchup here at the Trovo Titans League of Legends Wild Rift Birthday Bash. We're going to be back before you know it, so stay tuned.
Looking to be the next great Trovo caster? Apply today for the Trovo Titans Community Caster Program. We're looking for dedicated Trovers who want to boost their following by casting some of our community tournaments right from your own channel. We're rewarding our community with coveted Titan points in North America, Latin America, and Europe. Titan points can turn into cash at the end of the Trovo Titans series. You can earn Titan points 3 ways. Join our Discord and hang out with the community. Your engagement will earn you automatic points. Play in our free-to-play online tournaments. The more you play, the more points you earn. If you place well in the tournament, you'll get bonus points too. Be part of the fun and earn Titan points today. We'll see you on the leaderboards. Visit trovotitans.live/titanpoints for more info.
Are you streaming on Trovo yet? We're welcoming streamers to become part of our exciting and supportive community, no matter how big or small. It's easy to use, has fun features, and is especially great for mobile gaming. Streamers can receive subscriptions, gifts from fans, and many more cash rewards. New Trovers can earn up to $380. Just use referral code TrovoTitans. That's TROVOTITANS in the Creator Studio to become a Trovo streamer. It's time to level up and start streaming on Trovo.
Looking to be the next great Trovo caster? Apply today for the Trovo Titans Community Caster Program. We're looking for dedicated Trovers who want to boost their following by casting some of our community tournaments right from your own channel. We're rewarding our community with coveted Titan points in North America, Latin America, and Europe. Titan points can turn into cash at the end of the Trovo Titans series. You can earn Titan points 3 ways. Join our Discord and hang out with the community. Your engagement will earn you automatic points. Play in our free-to-play online tournaments. The more you play, the more points you earn. If you place well in the tournament, you'll get bonus points too. Be part of the fun and earn Titan points today. We'll see you on the leaderboards. Visit trovotitans.live/titanpoints for more info.
Are you streaming on Trovo yet? We're welcoming streamers to become part of our exciting and supportive community, no matter how big or small. It's easy to use, has fun features, and is especially great for mobile gaming. Streamers can receive subscriptions, gifts from fans, and many more cash rewards. New Trovers can earn up to $380. Just use referral code TrovoTitans. That's TROVOTITANS in the Creator Studio to become a Trovo streamer. It's time to level up and start streaming on Trovo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the moment that we have all been waiting for is arrived. Welcome back to the Trovo Titans League of Legends Wild Rift Birthday Bash Tournament Grand Finals coming up to you live in just a moment. My name is Thomas and I am joined by Assassin Dave here on the hot mic. Dave, it has been a fantastic bracket, and I cannot wait to see whether Black Camel or Tribe is going to come out on top and take this win.
Yeah, absolutely. And the grand final, we're doing a little twist to the traditional ban pick. We're actually not using the traditional ban pick. We're using something called all-round ban pick, which means, as you think about two teams having a deck of card, an independent deck of cards for this best out of three, and then every time they play a game, every time they pick a champion, they're throwing that card on the table. It means they already used it. They cannot repeat to use that champion again. So every champion the team used can only be used once in this best out of three. That means you're going to see some very off-meta picks, potentially. Some very, very interesting picks that you might not see being picked competitively ever in any region for Wild Rift. So I'm really excited. You can see the ban pick started. And for the Trovo Titan Birthday Bash, where the grand finals, we're doing one ban per team. And it's all-round ban pick format. So now the first pick is going to be Black Camels on the blue side.
Right, and as you take a look and you see what we've seen so far, I mean, Black Camel, looking at back at that bracket, we got to see a little bit there. You guys were able to see it, just kind of going back forward again. Black Camel in their semifinals matchup, able to take down Goons, and so now they are definitely going to be the team to potentially upset this tournament and take it against Tribe. We just saw Tribe in our last game take down Washed Up and secure that win to get themselves into the grand finals of this matchup. For our grand finals teams, it is the most money out of both teams, with 2,500 going towards first place, 1,500 going towards second, but also the highly coveted Titans points going to be most distributed to these two teams as well. And Dave, like you were talking about as well, like this is a unique pick ban experience and a draft coming in. It's a very dynamic opportunity for a lot of these players to have. I mean, it's very new, at least something like, for me at least, I've never experienced something like this before. And I hear you had a part in organizing it as well and getting it all coordinated and developed.
Yes, sir. This entire portal is developed by ourselves, in-house, with AE Sports Games. So big shout out to my guy for helping us with this portal. So you can see that we're doing a ban pick independently from the game. And after with the ban pick is finished, players are going to go into the game and actually pick accordingly to this web portal. You can see all the picks that's already picked out are being grayed out for future picks for that team. So like I said, it's a fresh deck of cards, independent fresh deck of cards for both teams. And if you use a champion, you throw that card on the table and you never get to use it again. So every champion that you see right now, like Camille, for example, by Black Camel, they're only allowed to use that this game. And in future games, it will be automatically banned for them.
Right, and that's going to be the important part, especially if this becomes, and very likely can become, a best of 3 series. So like you were saying, for example, that Camille coming out of Sark is not going to be available for the blue team, for Black Camel, for the remainder of this grand finals matchup. The Kaisa and the Gragas, two huge playmaking and very high performing champions for Tribe in this tournament so far, not going to be available for them in the later games. Yep. And so if this becomes the best of 3, which it can very likely become, we're expected to see some very dynamic team comps becoming available. Some very off-meta picks could potentially come in. But to kind of really emphasize on that, just because Tribe chooses Gragas, if I'm understanding this correctly, if Tribe chooses Gragas, for example, they've chosen Gragas now, they're not able to play Gragas Game 2 or Game 3, but since both teams have their own fresh independent deck of cards, the blue team, Black Camel, can potentially still pick Gragas in Game 2 or Game 3. All right.
They can still pick whatever their opponent pick, because like they still have that card in their deck. You
Right.
know, they haven't used it. So it's just right now Tribe can no longer use whatever they picked in this game. The whole point of this composition of this band pick format is allow viewers to see a lot more options in the tournaments, a lot more combos, so you don't see the repeated same picks over and over again, the same Fiora, the same Garen, the same Gragas over and over again. You're potentially going to see a lot more. And then obviously, you might even see your favorite champions being played by the pro players. This is also a true testimony to the players' champion pool, because in traditional band pick format, the pro player really just need to practice like 2 to 3 champions at best, right? But in this case, their champion can be picked already. They can only use it one time. It can be banned in the next game. So they really got to have a decent champion pool to show that they deserve to be called a pro player.
Right, and so as we take a look at the draft, it is kind of concluding. We did kind of talk about how this unique draft style is working, but now we can kind of take a look at how the team comps have developed. Blue team, Black Camel going for a very interesting, potentially high burst combo coming in from the Jhin and the Aurelion Soul potentially, but a lot of engagement opportunity with that Hextech ultimatum coming in from that Camille, the potential for the Janna to get in the center of the of Tribe's offense to potentially get them out of position with that Monsoon. A lot of playmaking potential that we have seen already from Black Camel earlier in this contest can potentially be happening again if they are able to perform well, if they are able to get that Jhin fed in the early game. Can the Jhin survive? Can JVC get themselves into a decent state moving into the mid game so that that Jhin can really carry and give Black Camel the chance to win game 1? Game 1 is so important because it gives you that momentum to push forward in the early, or to push forward and to play a little bit more ambitious and kind of, push the other team on to a very difficult spot. As we already get a lot of damage coming in from Meals. He gets hit with a turret. A barrier going to get used by both. A huge stun. Oh no! And it's going to be a 1-for-1. Oh my goodness, that was such a play coming in from Meals. He got that stun coming in onto the Orianna. He did have to flash for it to make it a 1-for-1, but at the end of the day, he's going to come out on top with that first blood. He is going to be able to get that first item for that Rod of Ages, and he is now ready to go. But man, a nice play coming in from Meals to be able to take down Starting and get this game off and running very early on.
Yep, just showing his proficiency on this Aurelion Soul. He performed the game against Team Goons on the Aurelion Soul, and sure enough, he's starting to have some problems as well. Speaking of that top side.
Oh no, what happened? That is so sad to see. Aloy, unfortunately, missing that hook shot, just completely whiffed it. Wasn't able to get it onto the wall and wasn't able to get away from the gank coming in from Tigers and Chuck. We were able to get that kill onto the top laner, onto that Camille. So Aloy will go down. It does give Tribe a little bit of an advantage gold-wise and momentum in the top side of the Rift. And we have seen how important momentum on the Baron side is in these games. The team that takes that first turret just has so much momentum on that top side of the Rift to be able to go for that Rift Herald, and that has been a determining factor in this game. This first dragon, like you were talking about early on, not necessarily the most important dragon out of this fight, but that Rift Herald could be so clutch. Being able to get that headbutt onto a tower, to be able to get that tower down very early on, can be huge for a team if they're able to get it. And so with Aloy going down, it puts Chuck into a good position. I mean, at the end of the day, Gragas as a top laner or as a jungler, a very stable pick. Even if he gets behind, his ability to be able to use that explosive cask and the slow coming in from his Q effectively is always going to be there. The body slam, able to get that knock up onto maybe a very out-positioned Aurelion Soul or Jhin. As we already get that explosive class coming through the hook shot, and be able to get the Camille away and be able to use that Hunting Fruit to get a little bit of health back. But now the Gragas and the Olaf wanting another kill. It's going to be Hextech Ultimatum getting used onto the Gragas, but a nice use of that Ragnarok. It's going to be the Wukong being able to get a kill onto the onto the Gragas at least. The Olaf is still able to get out of that one with the assistance of the Orianna. It was starting there. Meals was not able to get there because the Orianna had priority in the mid lane. So a good rotation there, able to make it at least a 1-for-1. But remember now, that is 2 deaths on this Camille in the top lane. Alui is really giving this Gragas a lot of opportunity to be able to be a dominant force here in the mid game as we continue to push forward.
I mean, it's just disgusting how Baron laner are building full tank. Like, because literally, you can see Gragas build. He's going for the Sunfire Aegis. Same as Garen, same as J4. Everybody's building the same build path, and I'm not blaming them because it's working out, you know? Just to show you that right now how strong that build is, and if you're able to abuse that properly, you're unkillable, you do damage, and then you're gonna be a huge contribution to your contributing factor to your team's victory. So, Dragon team fight looking to break out anytime right now.
Yep, exactly. We got the Gragas on the way. A beautiful knockup. Gonna land onto the Jhin. The Jin's gonna have to flash away and is not able to revive that damage. And Tribe disengages from the Dragon, only to re-engage yet again. All 5 members of both teams diverted all of their resources and all of their efforts to this Mountain Drake. And unfortunately for Black Camel, the initiation and the engage from Tribe is huge for the red team. Not only do they get the 4 kills, but then they also get the Dragon as well. Very nicely done coming in from Tribe. No one on their team dying. And so again, really want to shout out the huge playmaking potential that this Braum has. Max Green with a beautiful ultimate there, being able to get that knockup. As we take a look at that one again, the Jhin kind of being able to poke around a little bit, maybe trying to find an ability to be able to get that kill onto the Dragon. Monsoon getting used early on by the Janna, and she was just caught out. She wasn't able to use it as that diversion tool. The blue team trying to divert a little bit more damage onto the Dragon, but now we're going to get another potential engage at the Rift Herald. It is going to be a 9 seconds before it's set to begin. We can't even talk about that last play because another one is beginning again. Looking down on the bottom side of the Rift, it's going to be the Gragas facing off against the, I believe that is the Camille in the bottom lane. No one dying there, but with the Camille and the Gragas both gone, the Gragas actually on the way to go for this Rift Herald. The blue team can't do anything about it, and that's going to be the Olaf. That is going to be Tigers being able to get that Rift Herald down. Early game secured for Tribe.
Yeah, this is Team Tribe just showing you how to do the dive comp like Olaf by the book, right? They're going in. The difference between them and the previous team is they're going in all together. Oh, speaking of that, Chug actually got taken down on the bottom side. But really, when Tribe doesn't do stuff, they do it together. Top lane.
Right, and as you saw, the red team Tribe doing it together, taking down the Jhin. JVC unable to get out of that one. The Shockwave is going to land onto the Janna with that extra movement speed, able to get out of that one. But like you were talking about, you just said it exactly correct. They've got that dive comp to ready to go. They didn't even care that that tower was there. They said, tower there, don't care. And they were able to get down the Jhin, and that will put JVC even further behind. And now for, Black Camel, you've got an Aurelion Soul with the Rod of Ages. You've got a Camille that can be extremely oppressive once she gets to item 3, item 4. The Jhin can be extremely oppressive once they get to item 3, item 4. So there is a ticking time bomb, as it were, that is available for Black Camel if they are able to get to that point. But the question is, are they going to have enough of an opportunity, and are they going to be able to keep this game even enough to get there? At the end of the day, it was a 1-for-1. The Camille was able to take the 1v1 against Chuck, and it was a Louis coming out on top in that one. But are they still going to be able to have enough momentum? Are they going to still have enough push? And do they have that oomph available to be able to keep them alive into that late game, to be able to give them that opportunity to get the win? And at the moment, I mean, it's going to be rough as we get another engage coming through. It's going to be Ragnarok getting used. The knockup going to land onto the Jin yet again. Going to have to be disengaged out of that fight, and the Wukong is going to go down. The red team trying to do what they can. A nice knockup coming in from the Aurelion Soul. Hextech Ultimatum going to land, and it's going to be Curtain Call coming in. Everyone's so low, and it's going to be the Braum going down. The Jin is low, and unfortunately, for Black Camel, it is going to be the Kaisa going unstoppable, the Aurelion Soul trying to be the hero, but it's not going to be enough, and it's going to be a quadra kill for Old School and Tribe getting the ace against Black Camel. Another great team fight. It looked like it might have turned around for Black Camel at the middle of it, but at the end of the day, Old School coming out on top, showing us that he's able to take it and secure a huge advantage for the red team.
Wow. I mean, again, there was a little bit disconnect from T-Tigers there. He went in, and the team is they're not able to go on the same target this time because T-Tiger going for the ADC, while his team was chasing somebody else. I think was chasing Aurelion Soul on the side. But a beautiful, really beautiful from Meals on the Aurelion Soul. Really turned around the team fight there. Eventually, I think they did run out of manpower, to be honest, because it ran out everything they got. Still, a great team fight. If they can continue to do more trades like this and then try to cut off losses in the end, Black Camel still have a chance in this game.
They might still have a chance in this game, but unfortunately, they've got to be able to perform a little bit better as we get the stun coming in. Oh no, Wukong trying to do what he can to get that kill. The knockup gonna land from the Braum just as he gets stunned, and it's gonna be the Aurelion Soul going down. Disastrous for the blue team as Tribe Old School goes legendary. 10 minutes into the game, that means that he is 8 out of the 16 kills that this red team has. The Gragas, Chuck is going to go in against JVC, is going to be able to deny the curtain call from being there, and it is going to be Tribe getting Baron Nashor to go down. The knockup coming in from the Wukong is going to be able to get a little bit of damage onto the red team, but unfortunately, it is not going to be enough as we get another kill for this Kaisa. Old School going to be legendary again, and huge play after huge play for this red team. I mean, maybe this game was potentially able to come back a minute or 2 minutes ago, but now, oh my gosh, the Void Missile going to land onto the Aurelion Soul. He's going to go down as well. It is now almost a 10,000 gold lead with Tribe dominating into this mid-game.
Yeah, I mean, I think Olaf is just such a great pick into Wukong because he can ignore Wukong's knockups. Like, you know, Wukong cannot interrupt him if you try to kill your target, especially he can dive on top with Kaisa's synergy, right? When he wants to get somebody engaged, Kaisa can just use ult to dive back and they have double the damage on top of it. So Orianna just to serve the purpose of the poke and obviously synergize with Olaf's engage. So overall, it's just really, really good draft from a team Tribe right here. And then obviously they're able to synergize. Their synergy is, you can see from this game, it's not as clean as before, but it's still much cleaner than her opposition. That's why they're able to pull out engages all wherever together all the time. Top side.
Very nicely done though, coming in from Black Camel, Tribe, Olaf. Tiger's trying to come through and maybe go for that split pushing power. Is going to go down in the 1v5 basically. Flash coming in from the Braum, worried about the potential for that root coming in from the Jin. And we'll be able to get out of that one. So a little bit of a reprieve there for Black Camel. They're going to be able to keep that top tier 2 tower alive for the time being, but they will not be able to let that bottom tier 2 tower survive. A little bit of damage coming in onto the Braum. The knockup is going to land on to the Aurelion Soul, but he is able to get out of that one. Unfortunately, it will not be enough, and it's going to be the Camille trying to go in for that flank. Will end up dying. A little bit of damage on to the Braum as we do get the root onto the Kaisa. Remember, she is legendary. She does have a bounty available on her. Will she be able to get out of this one? Max Green is very low as well. A huge ultimate coming in from the Aurelion Soul is going to be able to get a little bit of damage and a lot of damage onto several members of Tribe. It is going to be the Braum going down, but unfortunately that high-value target, that Kaisa, is very much protected. The blue team, unfortunately, unable to get anything else out of that one. They lose the Jin in the process. JVC unable to get a comeback kill as well. And now, I mean, 13,000 gold in the advantage. Cloud Drake, the third Drake of this contest, is now spawning for Tribe to get all the objectives in their favor. They're going to be able to get this Cloud Drake to go down. I don't expect that we're going to see an Infernal Elder Drake in this game. I think that Tribe will be able to finish it off here with this third dragon now online for this one. And Baron is spawning in 10 seconds.
Yep.
It's going to be a rough one. And Tribe, a very, very wealthy 5-man death squad. 14,000 gold for the Kaisa, 11-0 compared to the 9,300 gold for JVC and the Jin. Old School running the Rift right now with the support from this Orianna, from this Braum, and from this Gragas. It's almost unbeatable at this point.
Oh, here comes.
Oh, Curtain Call is going to get used. Knockup's going to land, but it's not going to be enough. Old School has so much damage. The Janna is going to go down. It's going to be the Cyclone coming in from the Wukong, trying to get away, trying to run away, Monkey, run away, and will be able to barely survive, but unfortunately, for his life, he will sacrifice the Nexus, and Tribe, less than 15 minutes into this game, is going to be able to secure themselves a dominating round 1 victory against Black Camel. I mean, at the end of the day, it felt like they were able to really dominate in draft, and they were able to get themselves a huge win here in game number 1. But remember, like you were talking about, Dave, because Tribe chose a really oppressive team comp with a lot of high-value champions game 1, they're not going to be able to use them game 2. And so Black Camel still has life in them. They have really a big opportunity to potentially win this game number 2 and get this series tied up. But we'll have to see if they are going to be able to do it. Dave, what do you think about that game, man? It was fantastic for Tribe.
Yeah, I mean, but remember, they can only use all the champion one time. So, yes, game 1 went really, really well for Tribes. It's all come down to game 2, but still, this is only best out of 3. So even though they have used a lot of powerful champions, but they still have a lot left, right? I mean, if you look at what they picked so far, the next game they can use what? Camille. They still have a Fiora if they want to do that, and Camille is one of T-Tac's best jungle choices. Same as mid lane, starting was actually North America #1 Corki, and that has to be used. So that game was phenomenal, and I think next game, Tribe might just take it all the way home.
Right, I mean, we kind of take a look at how this game went on. I mean, this one right here, probably the best team fight for Niels and the blue team, but unfortunately at the end of that one, it was Old School being able to get a quadra kill. And like I was talking about earlier, or in the game as well, I mean, with the Kaisa being 5,000 gold in the lead against the Jin, JVC just wasn't able to do much of anything. It was like throwing pebbles against a mudslide, and there was just nothing that the blue team was able to do. Once you get yourself a Kaisa that is so strong, that has such a gold advantage against his opponent ADC, there's not really much more that you can do about it except hope and pray that she goes out of position, tries to be ambitious, and tries to go for a sneaky kill somewhere in the back line, and the Wukong and the Camille are able to lock her in with that Hextech ultimatum. But I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, that draft was well done coming in from Tribe. Their team looked cohesive, and their ability to be able to perform well in the game was definitely on point there. So Black Tribe has a lot of work to do. They have a lot of potential, though, to get this to a game number 3 for sure. You do not want to count out Black Tribe out. And if you guys think that Black Tribe is going to be able to bring this game back, chat, show them your support. Press that 1 button, spam that 1 button in the chat if you guys think the Black Tribe is going to be able to take game number 2, or will it be, we got Tribe for number 1,
Camel.
Black Camel for number 1, Tribe for number 2. I don't know my numbers. I don't know my math, apparently. I'm falling apart here. That's why I'm not playing the game. But regardless, if you guys think that Black Camel is going to win, press that 1 button. If you guys think that Tribe is going to be able to take this game and get 2 wins in a row, take it against Black Camel, press that number 2 button and show off your support. Both these teams needed a $1,000 difference between first place and second place. Prize is on the line. The first place prize is going to get $2,500. The second place prize is going to get $1,500. Still a big prize pool up for grabs for both of these teams, but we have no clue. I have no clue who's going to be able to take this game, and we're going to be ready to jump into that one momentarily. It's going to be a very fun one for sure.
Yeah, and I think the teams are getting ready for the second game ban pick right here. Like I said, every champion that you used in the previous game, they can no longer repeat. So the next game, I'm actually not sure what Black Camel is going to go with on their support choices, because they already used Janna, which is one of their most comfortable choice. But obviously, it didn't work out for them because they don't have Monkey to engage, and then I guess Camille was a really good engage choice, but it just didn't pan out well for them, except for the one pick they did on T-Tigers on the top side. So better luck next game, I suppose. Because we still got a long way to go. Don't give up hope. Take a deep breather. Hopefully, we're gonna get us to a game 3.
Right. I mean, that would be fun. I mean, for me as a caster, I always love seeing game number 3s. That's when it's all on the line. But, to see somebody that is dominant, that is able to win, game number 2 and just end the bracket outright, just saying, hey, we're going to go 2 and done, 2 and out, basically, and be able to win a tournament just so easily at that point. I mean, that's always very nice to see. It just shows, hey, we're the dominant team. We were the ones that had control of the game throughout, and they were able to secure themselves the win. I'm curious to see if that is going to happen, though. And I mean, like you were talking about again, Dave, like the red team Tribe, yes, they don't have that Gragas that is available. Yes, they don't have that Kai'Sa that is online. Yes, they don't have that Orianna, but they've got some other mains that are potentially available for a lot of these players. I mean, the Corki still potentially on a line. I mean, you've still got the Camille that can be used by the red team. I mean, there's all of these different, or for Tribe, I mean, there's all these opportunities that are potentially available for them to be able to perform well in this game and definitely dominate. And so Black Camel, I know that they've got their work cut out for them, but it doesn't mean that they're out of the game. I mean, they still have the chance to choose that Gragas. They still have the chance to choose that Kai'Sa. They could even draft pretty much that whole team comp if they wanted to go up against Tribe. So Black Camel can potentially really make it in this second game. It's all going to boil down to whether or not they're able to execute that, though, and able to get this game. And quite honestly, I'm not sure if they're going to be able to. I mean, Tribe is very technically sound, and they've got themselves a lot of momentum moving into game number 2.
Yeah, I mean, looks like we have a little bit of technical issues in the end, so for the second game ban draft. But we're going to get that quickly solved, and then we should have a pretty smooth experience into the next game right here. And then, sorry about the delay for the next game, guys. Thank you, obviously, for your patience. Make sure to share the stream with your friends on Twitter, on social medias. Get them in here for the Trovo Titan Grand Finals between Black Camel and Tribe. This game is a game point now for Tribe, so if they win one more, they're going to walk home with $2,500 prize money, and then Black Camel are going to walk home with $1,500. So the difference is $1,000, quite a bit. And I look forward to see who wins, actually.
Right, and while we wait, I mean, appreciating all of the coordinators and everyone that's involved in trying to get the draft figured out. We're going to be able to get it done, very, very quickly. So just bear with us there. We appreciate your guys' patience again, like Dave was saying. But that gives us a chance to actually take a look at the bracket just real quick. Just taking a look at what the bracket was for us to be able to get to this point. We kind of talk about how we got to this point between Black Camel and Tribe. Now remember, Tribe is up 1-0 in this best of 3. This was the only game in this tournament that was a best of 3 bracket. Everything else was best of 1. And I mean, obviously, Goons versus Black Camel, that was a very, surprising win, I would say, for Black Camel. At least from what I was hearing, Goons is a very strong team, and they were able to take on Yon and do really well against them. But it was very interesting to see Black Camel be able to take that win against Goons. Is there anything else on the bracket, Dave, that you kind of think that, I'm kind of surprised to see, this team lose or this team win? What's your opinion on how we got to this point?
I mean, for Tribe side, there was actually, I thought what Team Washed Up was going to give Tribe a real fight, which they did. But still, Tribe was obviously one of the crowd's favorite coming in. I think the most surprising match was obviously Goon versus the Black Camel. Black Camel definitely gave Goons a run for their money and actually took it all away, and then took the prize themselves. They're like, nah, your journey ends right here. So Goons' performance in that match definitely did not match up to my expectation. But still, that just shows that NA is getting more competitive. Like I said, I was happy for the result. And then coming to the grand finals right here, I'm just trying to anticipate what Black Camel and the Tribe are going to pick in the next match, because that's what I was looking forward to. And it looks like we have everything, the technical issues solved. So we're going to go into a very exciting games right here. I think in the future, though, if we can have the matches longer, it will be more exciting. Because right now it's best out of one today. So if you make one mistake, like you mentioned, Thomas, that the team is done, right? Goons, they made one mistake and boom, they're out, right? So eventually, if we might have like a losers bracket going forward, that would just be very, very exciting. So this is definitely a really, really, really good tournament, though. Really enjoyed it so far.
Right, exactly. That was like the big talking point at the very beginning of the tournament. It's like it's not a best of three for every single game. Yes, we do go for a best of three here in the grand finals matchup. I think that is deserved, especially because we want to see the two best teams coming through that are able to take another opportunity to be able to go in for another chance to be able to win the game, or to come back and maybe go for a 2-1 set sweep against the other team. And potentially Black Camel can do that. But we were talking about that before. It's like, it's a one and done, high risk, high reward gameplay coming in from all of these teams. And that was, I think, a big part of, the quarterfinals matches. A lot of these teams, what was it? Mayhem, for example, trying to go in with that Corki, not being able to get that kill in the early game at the Baron or at the Rift Herald pit or the Baron pit at that point. That was high risk plays that costed them the chance to be able to get into the semifinals matchup. And now the same thing is happening here. Like, it's still only a best of three. And now, every game is going to count moving forward in being able to secure the outcome. If Tribe is able to win this one, the game is over for Black Camel. They don't get any more second chances. They must perform at their best ability at this point for the remainder of the tournament. They cannot allow Tribe to get ahead or win a game again. And so with that being said, Tribe hasn't lost a game yet. They haven't really been in a position where they've had, that difficulty getting into the bracket or getting through the bracket going against their opponent and having that issue. So I'm really curious to see if Black Camel is going to be able to give them a run for their money in this next game. It's all going to boil down to whether or not they're able to get that early game advantage, able to get that early dragon, that early tower. If they're able to perform well into the mid game to be able to deny Tribe the chance to get those early kills. Because Tribe in general, for the games that we've seen them play, they have scaled exceptionally well. And at the 10-minute mark, at the 12-minute mark, they've been able to get, in the game against Washed Up, they had that Corki with the Braum that was able to just perform extremely well after the 4-minute mark when the package was available. Like you were talking about, it was really important for Tribe to be able to get that dragon and then be able to snowball throughout the remainder of the game. So, there's a lot of potential, I think, for Tribe to take this 2-0. As it does look like the draft is getting set up now. Again, appreciate your guys' patience, appreciate you guys' continued support through all of that. And that's and it's expected. Obviously, as we as you know, Dave was talking about, this is a developed concept that AE Sports has created here. So thank you guys so much for allowing us to use this technology and this software. And it's all, you know, being able to, you know, develop it and get it all figured out. And this is a community event. We want to be able to support not only the players, but also the casters and also the members of the community behind the scenes that are able to get stuff figured out, that are able to allow us to do something like this. And so a little bit of time in between matches doesn't necessarily, you know, not the worst thing for sure, but it's fun for sure, man. Dave,
I think we all need to give credit to Thomas, Mr. Moosecast. Oh my goodness, the amount of information that you have is just incredible. I'm so honored, obviously, to be here, and obviously, just like you said, this is a community event, so we're all here to have fun, and we're all having a good time. So thank you all so much for understanding, being so great, so awesome. You guys are the best, and then big shout out to Thomas for being just amazing, through the roof.
What? Well, I think a big shout out to Joey. I haven't seen Joey in a minute, man. He's been out there for us as well, making sure that your audio is good throughout these games as well. There he is. There he is. That's what's up. Hey, how's it going, Joey?
It's been good.
There we go. There we go. Is he are you an orca? Is that what you are?
I'm a big fat whale. That's what I am.
Oh, okay. Pardon me.
Big fat whale.
A big fat whale. He said it himself, not me. He said it himself, not me. but thank you so much for stopping by, Joey. Oh man, you're fantastic. Oh, there's Dave again. What's up, Dave?
Yeah, I know.
Oh man, I'm crying. I'm crying. It's so happy to see Joey on the screen. Oh, but I'm so pumped to be here as well. Really do appreciate the Trovo to be able to give us that opportunity to be able to come through. And it does look like we are about ready, or should be getting into that draft momentarily. You know, the teams are being able to get that set up and all that fun stuff. I mean, they're not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. We are ready to be able to continue to keep it going. In terms of Wild Rift, or I guess in terms of you, oh, there you go. I got you on the big screen as well.
Oh,
there we go,
what?
Dave. That's what's up. You know,
this weather in Austin is pretty sunny. It's pretty sunny out for 70 to 80 degrees, so everybody should be enjoying a pretty good weather. If you are thinking about going out after watching the tournament, you can go ahead and do so. But that's only in Austin, Texas. I don't know about anywhere else in the States or around the world, so it might be raining where you are. Sorry about that.
I know, right? Could be raining somewhere. Could be raining here, nor there, or everywhere. You never know. I'm inside, so I have no idea if it's raining here or not. But regardless, got yourself on the big screen. You know, Dave, you've got yourself an amazing background coming through, and I mean, your background in competitive mobile gaming is, you know, potentially, or not potentially, but is very much noteworthy. I mean, what have you, like, you've done a lot for the community and a lot for mobile gaming in general as well. Your ability to be able to come through and be that force, that driving factor in mobile gaming is definitely, you know, profound. And what would you say, like, in terms of mobile gaming and what you're expecting in the future? What are you expecting for Wild Rift? What is the next step for these players to be able to advance forward?
Great things. Only great things for Wild Rift, to be honest. I mean, Wild Rift has been like on a very interesting route to this point, but the esports is slowly but surely starting. We see actually official tournaments being planned out in European server, the Origin series, and then obviously in the Asia server, right? A lot of tournaments are already going around the globe. Now, NA tournament's about to start, and obviously Riot have announced their worlds. I cannot wait for the North America representative who is going to be actually fighting for that chance, that one chance to go to the worlds and representing for the entire region. So And hopefully that Worlds might be like a joint event with the League PC. So like that will be even more exciting. Have like an opening ceremony for both games at the same time, and shout out for the Wild Rift community, shout out for the PC community. So yeah, I can only expect great things going forward for League of Legends Wild Rift, and then just being really, really happy that I've been granted the opportunity to actually cast for the tournament and get involved in the opportunity in the community. So you guys are, like I said, just fantastic. We wouldn't be here without you guys. Continue to support all the casters, all the streamers, all the content creators, as well as all the players. All the orgs, actually, we've been hearing more and more orgs behind the scene trying to sign the players. And then what I am interested in is what the detail of the contracts like, right? Because the esports scene is still being developed right now. So like I want to know the intricate relationship between the players and the orgs, and then see. And the future is definitely bright for them. That we just need to see like exactly. Are they going to become streamers? Are they going to become like part streaming, part screaming, practicing for the professional tournaments? We all have to find out. Right now, I don't know, but I'm excited for the future.
Exactly. I mean, that brings up a really good point. Like you were talking about, the not the hybridization, but the collaboration, not only with PC, but mobile. And that's something that Wild Rift is going to be able to do, connecting both platforms together with a not the same game, but a similar game between Summoner's Rift and Wild Rift that is available. And that's, and that's all about, being able to create that ability as, Wild Rift ages and gets themselves a little bit more grown as a community and as a game. But speaking of growth and speaking of age, Trovo, shout out to Trovo. It is their birthday bash. Happy birthday to Trovo, being able to celebrate that 1 year anniversary. I mean, congratulations to them to be able to get themselves here to this point. It has been a fantastic uphill ride so far. And Dave, I mean, I hear that you were at the trophy award ceremony as well for Trovo as well. If you want to talk about that a little bit more, that must have been interesting. That must have been fun.
The Trovo Awards on Friday was a blast. I mean, I wish more people. We had over like 7,000, I think 6,000, 7,000 concurrent viewers. And I was able to present an award. I've never presented an award. I thought I had to do a fake voice, but it turned out to be a pretty chill event. So again, big shout out to Trovo for inviting me for that event. That was, I mean, if you're thinking about streaming, if you think about the future of Wild Rift, Trovo has done more tournaments for Wild Rift than any other platforms combined. So if you really think about like the next hype, where it's gonna be, if you're looking for the future of tournaments for Wild Rift, definitely come to Trovo and sign up. Always join Trovo Titans, and then so you can host a lot more events in the future. So definitely consider Trovo as your streaming platform. And obviously, this is a multi-streaming platform as well. You can stream on Trovo while maintaining streaming on other platforms. So think about signing up. And if you want to be a streamer, Wild Rift is starting to be more and more active in the esports scene, the competitive scene. So the streaming is going to get a lot better as well.
Right. Do you remember what I did not catch the award ceremony, Dave. What was your award, and what did you present there at the trophy ceremony?
I think I presented the Growth of the Year award. I think everybody who had streamed for over 100 days in the last year got an award. And I think it's a pretty decent award also. Like, I don't know the details, but it's pretty decent. So definitely, Okay, actually, we got some news that the band pick is going to be doing a normal draft this time. We still have some technical challenges. Sorry about that. But yeah, I think the band pick should start soon for the game 2. But coming back for what we're saying for the Trovo Award, everyone who actually streamed on Trovo, if you've been streaming like just consistently, you got an award it's more of a participation kind of award.
Right.
And
okay.
I think it's really, really cool. Everybody got some gifts. Everybody got some free money, you would say.
Oh, there you go. Free money is always fun. Free money is fun for sure. Yeah, no, absolutely. If free money is I preferred, as it were, I'll take free money any day. Thank you, Trovo, for that. I'm gonna definitely remember that one for sure. But yeah, if you guys want to take a look at your screen now, we are ready. We are live, and we are here with the pick and ban phase for our players, and it does look like they were able to figure out the all ban pick phase coming through. And like you were talking about, Dave, it is a fresh deck of cards for both teams. And so a lot of these champions that are not going to be available for these players are going to be available now, or that were available in the first round are not going to be available again. And something very interesting that I think that we need to really push on right now for this team, for Tribe getting first pick out of this game, they were able to get the ever elusive Ziggs. First pick, always banned prior to this tournament or prior to this match. Going to be able to slip through the ban phase and is going to be available for Tribe to use. How valuable is Ziggs as a champion right now in Wild Rift? Why has it been banned so often, and how did it get to this point where Tribe was able to get it?
Oh, you know, in game 1, Goon versus Yans, we're talking about how Goons had Jinx and Lulu, and if they scale, like, the game will become unstoppable. I think that's the point. It's all about poke in the game. It's all about like having, because Wild Rift map is pretty small compared to the PC version, obviously, for League. So it's fairly easy for you to just poke them down without enemy able to fully dive you. Diving always have a huge cost, but in this game, it's actually much easier for you to poke due to how the map is designed and stuff. So if you have a composition that's heavily focused on that, you're able to position well, you're able to poke your enemy and the team fight before the fight even begins. So Ziggs provides exactly just that, right? Ziggs is the best at doing that, in fact, in the game. Even the early game damage is decent, and if you let this guy scale, like in late game, you throw a bomb, he auto attack, you're kind of dead. Let alone talking about his ultimate, the huge AoE that it covers and the explosive damage that he can dish out to the team. So definitely Ziggs is a priority pick. That's why it's being prioritized on ban. And thanks to all-round ban pick, you cannot ban everything. You cannot ban him all the time. Alistar does get double ban, right? If you see game 1, Black Camel ban it. Game 2, they ban it again. They want to make sure that Max Green doesn't get his hands on this champion. Maybe I think this is a respect ban, to be honest. But definitely, Ziggs being really powerful, and then Tribe getting another few comfort picks that they have. Israel as well as Jenna, champions that they use all the time, and champions who can poke really, really well.
Right, but I do want to also point it out. Like, I think that in terms of the pick, Alistar being the ban for Black Camel and deciding not to go for the Ziggs ban, we're gonna have to see how the game plays out. We're gonna have to see if that was the correct choice or not. I mean, Tribe having the advantage, being able to get the first ban out of the second round, going to be able to ban a champion that they weren't able to play anyways in that Kai'Sa, denying that very strong ADC available for Black Camel to potentially go for, not going to be available for JVC to be able to use. And then I think Black Camel going for that Alistar, it was a 50-50. You know, if you ban the Ziggs, most likely first pick is going to be that Alistar. If you ban the Alistar, it's going to be the Ziggs. Honestly, I mean, in my opinion at least, as the Teemo gets hovered, pick the Teemo.
No way.
Oh, no way, but maybe. How fun would it be to see a Teemo come through? But I mean, Katarina, though, would be a good choice as well. But, I mean, I think that Alistar, with what champions were available, because we knew that the Gragas was not going to be there. We knew that the Braum was not, the Braum would not get picked because of the support. But we knew that the Kai'Sa wasn't going to be able to get chosen. We knew that I believe the Gragas also wasn't going to be there as well. The Alistar, I don't think, wouldn't have been a good pick for the team comp that Tribe would have been able to produce. So it probably wasn't going to get picked anyways because the Janna was still available anyways. And so
Yeah.
I really think letting Ziggs slip through the draft is a mistake coming in from Black Camel. That's just my opinion in that regard.
Yeah.
It could potentially still work out for Black Camel. I mean, the Ziggs has not been used yet in the tournament, and so we don't really get to see how it's going to be able to perform in competitive play. And I think Black Camel really taking that risk here to potentially get themselves a win in this one, seeing the Ziggs not be available, and because. And I mean, this could be really good for Black Camel if they are able to win this game, because, the Ziggs is now banned out or now no longer available for Tribe to use. If Tribe loses this game, they either have to ban the Ziggs, or they have to let it available because they're going to ban the Kaisa out for JVC. This is a really good position for Black Camel. They're taking a huge risk going for some off-meta picks, but picks I think that they're comfortable with. The Katarina going to be really strong. I mean, Gragas and Braum, we saw them be really oppressive in game number 1 for Tribe. The Varus kind of being, I don't know if it's an off-meta pick. I mean, I'd say it's an off-meta pick. I mean, at least here in the tournament, we didn't even see Varus hovered or considered in any of our matches here earlier in the bracket. So I'm very curious to see how Black Camel is going to be playing out. And I mean, their team comp is reflecting that. Very high risk, but the reward, the chance to get them to a very good position in game number 3 is on the line.
Yeah, absolutely. You hit the nail on the head right there, because this game, Tribe is putting everything on the table, because this is their game point. If they win it, they win the entire prize pool. If they lose it, we're going to go to game 3, and that's just a mess for them. They do not want to get themselves into the mess. So definitely using everything they got. But if they do lose, it's going to be a really good position for Black Camel, because Tribe is using a lot of really OP, really strong champs in this game. So they're throwing all the good cards out on the table right now, right? So,
right.
But that's exactly the thing. Can Black Camel come back in this game? Because right now I look at the Tribe's composition, it looks luxurious to me. It looks really, really strong. It looks like ready to go home with the money. So
yeah, and that's going to be the bottom line here in this contest. Are we going to be able to see Black Camel get this to go? I mean, you got the Rengar, huge assassin. You got the Katarina, a huge assassin going in. A lot of gold to potentially be made for these very high damage, high priority champions here for Black Camel. But can Tribe deny the game number 3 and give themselves the win in this tournament? They just need to win one game, and they are going to be our Trovo Titans Wild Rift Birthday Bash champion. Dave, I am super pumped to see how it's going to be, because this is, a very big game for both of these teams. And like you were talking about, I mean, the damage and the ability that Tribe has in this game is very fantastic. I'm curious to see what this is going to do, how the blue team is going to be able to handle it. You've got Darius, you've got Ezreal, you've got Ziggs, Janna, and Wukong. Still a very strong team comp up against kind of an off-meta kind of pick here. Neil's coming in from that Braum in the support role. We're going to get Asami coming in the mid lane now. Coming in, so Braum going to be kind of, I think, comfort pick there. As we do get a gang coming onto the Ziggs. A little bit of damage coming through, but they're not going to continue with the engagement. They will not go for the dive that much just yet, but they are going to be able to get the Ziggs down to about a quarter HP. He's going to have to be healed up a little bit, so he will be just fine for the time being, but, again, very high risk for Black Camel. Will they be able to get themselves in control?
Mid lane?
In the early guns, we had a little bit of damage onto the Wukong, a little bit of damage onto the Katarina, but it will not be enough. The Katarina will be able to escape. The Ziggs and the Katarina both extremely low, but it is the mid lane for the red team with priority, so it does mean the Katarina is able to go back a little early, and it looks like the Rift Herald is going to be taken by the Rengar in the bottom lane as well. So 1-for-1 in terms of Scuttle Crabs.
1-for-1 trade so far.
We're 2 minutes into the game, and neither team getting an advantage just yet. In terms of what that means, I think, for the red team, or for, I guess, Tribe, for example, I think the longer that this game goes on before Black Camel is able to get a kill, the better that this game goes in their favor, because they're able to, scale up and get that damage in for the for the Ziggs and for that Ezreal. That Darius is able to do a lot of damage, but should be fine in the laning phase against the Gragas. But it all depends on when that first blood is going to be and who gets it.
Yeah. I mean, for Team Black Camel, they have 2 assassins. They cannot lose the trades. If they're not able to get some kills, if not able to win team fights, it's GG's, right? Because if they're behind, like imagine Katarina looking to clear minion waves. Like that just doesn't happen. You know, like you can see that the initially starting was completely zoning this Katarina out on Asami.
Oh no!
Who was playing, by the way, ooh, top side.
Yeah,
First
that's
blood.
a huge play coming in for for Tribe. Black Camel is going to lose the Gragas in the top lane, and that's going to be a huge fight there for Chuck to be able to win that one. Black Camel, I think, recognizing that there was no way that he was going to be able to get out of that one. Full passive stacks going to be available there for the the Darius on the Gragas, and that's going to be enough for him to be able to get that first blood for the blue team top laner. You saw a nice movement there coming in from Asumi there in the Katarina to be able to get that kill, or to be able to get away from the rocket coming in from the Ziggs. And I think that's why the Katarina was chosen, is because she's able to dive away from the Mega Bomb, from using her E to be able to dodge that, to be able to get away. I believe she had to use Flash as well. But I mean, like we're talking about, we're seeing the oppressive nature that Ziggs and Starting is able to have, being able to use that bomb, that Mega Bomb, to then be able to get that Satchel, be able to get away. We are getting an engage coming in from Black Camel.
Here it comes.
It's going to be Bars being able to get the kill onto the Wukong. They're looking for more. Ezreal trying to get the kill on to the Katarina, but the Katarina able to escape barely. Going to be the Braum and the Bars wanting to get that piercing arrow, and he gets it onto the Janna. That's going to be Tigers and Max Green going down, but it is going to be the Ezreal being able to get the kill on to Meals. It is a 2-for-1 in favor of Black Camel, but because they are so low and because of the potential for the Ziggs to potentially go for that ultimate, he doesn't have it now, but because of the low health and because of the Braum went down, they are not able to get the dragon out of that one. So at the end of the day, a 2-for-1 team fight in favor of Black Camel. They will take that because it's 2 kills on your ADC. That is Duskblade online for the Varus. And so already off to a good start there, but a good comeback kill there for the Ezreal to be able to get at least something out of that trade.
Yeah, they're on a lot of comfort picks, and it's just an interesting note right here. In this game, for Black Camel, they have Asami, their support for their team, actually play mid lane the Katarina. Because like I said in the beginning, this team, Asami is a mid lane Katarina one trick. So the fact that he was playing support was kind of surprising to me initially. So now when they decided to pick out Katarina, sure enough, they switched out Meals to support role, and they put Asami on the Katarina role, which is pretty interesting. And then this champion's been known to be the noob stomper, but they're obviously not going against noobs right here. So can Katarina get that 1 or 2 kills in the team fight? If he's able to find those damage, able to find the 1 or 2 kills, this might be a pretty easy game for him, because a lot of people is really squishy. You know, if they can kill Janna or Ziggs to begin with, it might be really, really bad. Oh, top side.
Very nicely done, though, coming in from the Gragas to be able to use that explosive cask to get away from the Darius. I mean, we already saw that first fight go in favor of Chuck and Tribe in the top lane. I don't think the Gragas wants to go for it again. But it does look like Tribe and Black Camel are going to be going for a trade. It's going to be Black Camel going for the Dragon. We got the True Shot Barrage already getting used. Chain of Corruption going to land. And we're going to get the play coming in. Katarina going to be low, is going to have to flash away, but no! Not going to be able to get out of that one. The bouncing bomb from the Ziggs is going to execute the mid laner. Black Camel is going to lose a kill. They are able to get the dragon, but because the mid laner is down, the blue team is going to be able to use the very big sieging power that the Darius and the Ziggs have to be able to get a kill onto the mid lane tower. And now they're looking for a second one. And on top of that, they also have the Rift Herald available as well. They got that Satchel Target going to be used, but the Braum is going to be able to get the knock up onto the Ziggs. He's going to have to flash away. Piercing Arrow is going to land, but it's going to be the Braum extremely low. is able to survive, though. Will be able to get out of that one. It's going to be the Grog. It's also extremely low now, but the Ezreal will be able to get the kill onto the Varus and onto the Braum, and is now looking for a third kill as well. It'll be the Wukong being able to get the kill onto the Katarina and the Rengar, and unfortunately for Black Camel, during all of that, the headbutt is coming through for the Rift Herald. Going to be able to get a second headbutt down. Going to be able to get that tower to go down with that satchel charge coming through. Shelly is alive and well, very healthy, moving into the third tower. The inhibitor tower potentially going to get a headbutt. Oh, it does. That is huge for for Tribe. The hat trick going to be available for Shelly, the Rift Herald for Tribe. Not only do they get the 3 towers down in the bottom lane, but they're able to secure 4 kills and a headbutt charge into the inhibitor tower in the bottom lane. And during all of that, the Ezreal able to go back and gets a kill, or gets the tower down in the top lane as well. Early game disaster for Black Camel, and Tribe now almost 10,000 gold in the lead.
Yep, absolutely. You said it right. Early game disaster for Black Camel here. I mean, if they have this early game disaster, I'm expecting this disaster to last for a long time.
Right.
Like, the pain's not going to stop here, which is the horrible part, right? Because if the pain is really short, but no, the pain's not going to end really short. You have a Rengar that's behind. You have a Katarina that's behind. Then who's going to do the damage for Katarina? Because Katarina is more of an executioner. If nobody can do the damage for him, oh, speaking of that, here it comes!
A lot of engage coming through. It's going to be the Rengar actually dying to the Ziggs off screen. That's a 1-for-1 in the bottom lane. But then the Ezreal is able to get the kill onto the Katarina, and the and the Varus will die as well. And now the Grog is caught out of position, is now extremely low. A Louis is going to die to the Wukong, and that's going to be a Wukong on a killing spree. Braum is left against the world, and unfortunately for Black Camel, a disaster has turned into an apocalypse, as Braum is now extremely low. Will be able to survive for the time being. The Janna going to be able to get out of that one. The piercing arrow losing damage as it goes through the minions. And this is going to be now an 11,000, almost 12,000 gold advantage for Tribe. Oh, we get the emotes coming in from JVC. I even think the Black Camel realizes that they are fighting way above their weight class at this point in the contest. Baron Nashor has spawned. Chain of Corruption getting used onto the Darius, so the Braum is going to be able to be there. And they do get the shield onto the True Shot Barrage, but no, a huge team fight. The bomb has been planted, and it goes for a direct hit onto 4 members of Black Camel's team. The Rengar, the kitty, gets his whiskers singed, and he's going to be able to walk back to the Nexus, but that is 4 members of the red team going down yet again. Does Tribe come out on top in a play? And it is no longer just an apocalypse for Black Camel. The moon has collided into the Earth's atmosphere. It has combined it all together. There is no way that Black Camel is going to be able to come back from this game now. 15,000 gold in the deficit. I literally haven't been able to let you talk, Dave, because there's been so much action going on, but there's nothing more that I think that Black Camel is going to be able to do.
Oh my, you're absolutely right. Speaking of that, here it comes one more time.
Yeah, another engagement coming through as we get a rampage coming in. The bouncing bombs are going to be there, but I think that Black Camel has realized that this game is over. Dave, we have ourselves our Trovo Titans Grand Finals champions in the Birthday Bash. Tribe, the team to beat, has beaten everyone. They're going to be able to take this game and secure themselves a 2-0 victory against Black Camel. The dream, the run, the opportunity to potentially get themselves this win has not been able to get themselves a secured victory here today, and it will be Tribe being able to get themselves a win here in round number 2. We were talking about at the very beginning of the game. It's high risk, high reward potentially for Black Camel, but unfortunately, they weren't able to make it happen.
Yeah, this is why assassins are not really heavily prioritized in competitive scene, because if you make a mistake, the room of error is so tiny. You know, like one mistake, you're done. Because the assassins are a full dive, and we mentioned how important it is in this game to be able to have those poke, right? So initially they had an advantage. I think Braum just a little bit over trolled himself over here, so trying to like go in, bait out the taunt the easy road a little bit, and end up getting himself killed. Like overall, I think Tribe just played it really well. They synergize really well. They kite a team fight really well. They know the enemy is a full dive comp. They don't take the damage all at once. They back away, create some distance and re-engage over and over again. You see that happen over. And this pool, I was about to say, is just incredible. And I think, to my surprise, Chuck actually put out a pretty decent top lane, a Baron lane. That's also might be attributed to like everybody's building tank now. Darius built full tank. You never see that before this current tank meta, He built a full tank, not a single damage item, not even a black cleaver, just this full tank build, and then he's unkillable. You saw 3 people on him, and he ended up turning around, and the entire team of Tribe collapsed on them is GGWP. So a great performance by Tribe. Once again, congratulations for taking the championship today. What an amazing job.
Yep, very nicely done. And they get the biggest goodie bag of them all here in this tournament. Congratulations to Team Tribe being able to get that first prize victory here today. As we take one final look at the bracket, it is going to be Tribe taking a 2-0 victory against Black Camel. They're going to be able to take a $2,500 pot in their favor. Black Camel going to be second prize, going to be able to get $1,500 for their second place finish. Congratulations to Goons and Washed Up. They're going to be able to tie for third and be able to get themselves $750 for the third place prize. And for Yawn, Limit Testing, Mayhem, and Fairness, they are not leaving empty-handed. They will be able to get themselves a little bit of money, $500 for each team. Congratulations to them. And for all 8 of these champions as well, or all 8 of these teams as well, they are going to be able to get themselves the ever so lucrative and extremely valuable Titans points. As we take a look at that leaderboard here real quick, and guys, kind of take a look at where it is at the moment. I see a couple of players, at least one player from today's tournament on the leaderboard, tying in for the first place at 25 points apiece. The winners here in this bracket going to be able to get themselves more Titan points with their victories here today. So congratulations to them. And if you guys want to be part of the action, if you guys want to get yourself your own Titan points, hang out on the Discord, compete in these tournaments, play well in these tournaments, and you're going to be able to get yourself those very lucrative Trovo Titans points. A $1,500 pot is on the line for the top 10 Trovo Titan producer, point producer on the line. If you guys want to get in on the action, visit TrovoTitans.live or follow them on social media at Trovo Titans. Dave, it has been a phenomenal tournament so far, but as you can see, there's more tournaments that are on the way. Free entry for these Birthday Bash tournaments. Everyone is invited to participate. We've got Rocket League 3v3 tournaments coming in on June 6th and June 20th. And June 13th, a Garena Free Fire Solo tournament coming in with some prize pools there as well. Remember, for those Titan points, that they expire and the bracket for that closes on June 30th. So get in on all the tournaments that you can if you want to be able to get in and get yourself that free money. Dave, this tournament has been a blast. Final thoughts on the bracket, final thoughts on the tournament. What do you think about it all so far?
Big congrats to everyone who come home with money, which is everyone. Incredible participation. Good job again to Tribes, and really good job to Black Camel for pulling a fight and all the way coming to the grand finals, eliminating Goons in the semifinals. Was really, really good show to watch today. And then once again, big shout out to Trovo Titans for hosting such an event, and big shout out to Trovo's making it happen, allowing us the opportunity, community to come together and enjoy this great tournaments. Looking forward to more and more tournaments coming out in the future. Stay tuned, stay connected, and hit that follow button if you have not joined the coolest, the greatest, the baddest.
Now, wait just a second, Dave. I hear
Yeah.
you're on social media as well. If they want to know more about what you do for the community, where can they follow you at?
Well, you can follow me right here on Trovo. Search Assassin Dave on Trovo. You can find me here. I stream regularly for League of Legends Wild Rift. You can also follow me on Twitter. I'm on Twitter as well. Also search Assassin Dave. You can also search Assassin Dave on YouTube. You can find me just almost everywhere. Like I'm like a shadow. Just follows you around.
Like
so,
an assassin, as your name says it. You can follow me on Twitter and on social media at Mr. Moosecast if you would like so as well. But we are going to be concluding the tournament now. Trovo Titans Birthday Bash is now completed for today. It has been a ton of fun to be able to cast for you guys and be able to perform here on today's show. We're going to be here for more tournaments throughout the month of June. It's going to be a ton of fun with much more community casters and community players coming in as well. But in the meantime, before we get into our next tournament, on behalf of our players, the coordinators behind the scenes, the staff, myself and David, Assassin Dave, and of course Joey. Thank you guys all so much for stopping by. Really do appreciate your guys' continued support. And we'll see you guys all again next time for more Trovo Titans Birthday Bash celebration tournaments. Take care all.